Testing, testing.
Okay.
How's that for sort of-
Now I may need to, go like this.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2 3 4. I'll make the call.
What do you have your sound set on, may I ask your
Well,
audio?
I've got two of them in here.
Oh, no, oh, yeah,
I had it 121. What do you have it?
97. See, it's a little bit too soft for one and too loud for another.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna move it up to what you have. 120?
121 it goes to, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. It's always a,
I just saw a bracket. Those things make me nervous.
what you saw what?
Brackets?
What bracket?
The curly brackets?
Where?
Machine, I don't know what I'd hit to make them do that.
Oh.
The subcommittee will come to order. When Dr. Ethel Percy Andrus founded AARP in 1958, Medicare did not exist. Dr. Andrus understood that seniors needed access to health insurance and found a solution. What began as an organization that filled a need not yet met by society has grown and evolved over the last 50 years into AARP Inc. and its affiliated entities. With the establishment of Medicare in 1965, health insurance became widely accessible to seniors. However, AARP kept on with its reported mission to promote independence, dignity, and purpose for older persons, to enhance the quality of life for older persons, to encourage older people to serve, not to be served. These are unquestionably laudable goals. However, as we will discuss today, Mr. Reichert, former Congresswoman Jenny Brownwaite, and I took a closer look into AARP over the last 18 months, reviewing nearly every publicly available document, and the facts suggest that AARP has strayed from its core mission. The facts show that AARP no longer operates like a seniors advocacy organization. Instead, it is more closely resembles a for-profit insurance company. In 2009, AARP raised 46% of its revenue from royalty payments versus just 17% from membership dues. While questions have indeed been raised in the past about AARP's reliance on royalties, the amount of these payments has nearly tripled just over the past decade. AARP asserts that their policy positions are made by its all-volunteer board of directors, which is separate from its business interests. The facts show otherwise. In 2010, the entire board of AARP Insurance Plan, which collected and processed $6.8 billion in insurance premiums in 2009, also served on the board of directors of AARP, which makes policy decisions. The AARP Insurance Plan funneled millions of dollars to AARP Inc. in 2009. The facts show that AARP is dependent on the hundreds of millions of dollars it receives primarily from insurance companies and could not continue to operate in its current fashion without this revenue. AARP revenue from membership dues totaled $246 million in 2009, just barely enough to cover its employee compensation and legal and accounting fees. AARP's decision to endorse more than $1.5 trillion in Medicare cuts to pay for a new entitlement program seemed to directly contradict its mission. This became more disconcerting when Medicare officials warned that the Medicare cuts were so severe that seniors' access to care could be jeopardized. Medicare officials also revealed that the health care law will result in a migration from Medicare Advantage to Medigap plans that could force as many as 7 million seniors to give up a plan they know and like. What does this have to do with AARP? Well, it turns out that upon a close examination of AARP's Medicare insurance business, the facts show that AARP had a unique financial incentive that was not transparent to seniors, the public, or members of Congress during the health care reform debate. As a result of the unique contractual relationship between AARP and United Health Group, AARP stands to earn $1 billion over the next 10 years as a result of the Democrats' health care overhaul, on top of hundreds of millions of dollars in insurance royalties that they currently collect. This is just one of a number of shocking details contained in a report issued earlier this week by Mr. Reichert and me, many of which will be discussed today. I would now like to recognize Mr. Reichert, who has been a driving force in this investigation, to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me some time to say a few words. First, I want to take a moment just to thank all of the volunteers that volunteer with AARP and the wonderful work that you all do. I know there are some here in the hearing room today and some that may be listening across the nation. Thank you for volunteering and being engaged in helping our seniors across this country. And I know that Mr. Rand, Mr. Hammond, and others here representing AARP, I know your hearts are in the right place, but sometimes we can sort of find ourselves misguided and going down the wrong path. And so we're here today just to make sure, as representatives of the people in our districts and across this country, that that AARP is still on the right path, that really your mission statement is to make sure that you help seniors, and that's really what we want to do too. We want to help seniors. We want to make sure they get the best health care coverage they can get, best insurance coverage they can get, so they can have the best retirement that we know they all deserve as they work so hard during their lives. But I sort of became very concerned. I think it was back in 2007 when the first cut was mentioned to Medicare Advantage, and it was a $200 billion cut associated with an S-chip vote. And I was very puzzled, and just, to be honest with you, sir, just very, very puzzled as to why Medicare would, or AARP would, support a $200 million cut to Medicare Advantage. Well, eventually, of course, what happened, the Senate didn't support that cut, and the cut wasn't made. S-chip found other ways to support their financial needs. And then along came the health care bill, and a $523 billion cut to Medicare was announced as one of the mechanisms to pay for the health care bill. Close to $200 billion in cuts again to Medicare Advantage were mentioned as the part of the solution to finding finances to fund the health care bill. So again, I once puzzled. So I, and myself and Mr. Herger and Jenny Brown-Waite began to generate some letters and asking questions. And again, to be honest with everyone in the room and people watching today, we did not get forthright answers. I mean, we were just looking for some very simple answers to some very simple questions as to where money is going and why it's going and why AARP supported that huge of a cut, $500 billion to Medicare. We just wanted to know, on behalf of the seniors, what the truth was, and we couldn't get it. And so now we find ourselves today, after 18 months of interviews and exchanging letters, and here we are today at this hearing. I wish we could have been more forthright. You could have been more forthright with your answers. Hopefully today you will be, and we'll be able to get to the bottom of this and make sure together that our seniors are cared for properly and that they enjoy the retirement that they deserve. So I appreciate your presence here today and look forward to asking you some questions and getting some straight answers. Thank you.
I thank Mr. Reichert, and I thank you for your dedication for being involved in this process. Before recognizing our ranking member Stark for the purposes of an opening statement, I ask unanimous consent that all members written statements be included in the record. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize Ranking Member Stark for his opening statement.
Chairman Herger and Boostedy, I want to thank you both for holding this hearing. And there are questions to ask about AARP. Of course, we could ask those same questions of the Chamber of Commerce, which outranks AARP as the top spender on lobbying over the last 12 years, spending about $750 billion lobbying over that period. We could ask the questions of American Crossroads, which was founded by Karl Rove and spent millions with its sister organization trying to defeat Democratic candidates in the last election. But Republicans don't seem to want to ask those questions today, and it's easy to understand why. Those groups opposed Affordable Care Act, and AARP supported it. This amounts to nothing more than a political witch hunt to punish an organization that spoke out in favor of health reform. Any organization that could stand in the way of a goal to privatize Social Security, end Medicare, turn senior citizens over to the mercy of private health insurance companies would be suspect. Now, I'd have to admit, in the past, maybe even today, I've raised questions about AARP. It's true that in addition to the work they do advocating for us elderly, they make a tremendous amount of money off businesses that they market to us. And it's no surprise to American seniors that their products make them probably the biggest player, I'd think, in Medigap, Medicare Advantage, Part D drug plans. And it's obvious to us when you shop in the market that their plans are well priced and have good features. So it's not exactly that they're hiding under a veil, as the Republicans would suggest, but many AARP members have looked forward to joining for the discounts and other deals that they get. So before us, we've investigated the AARP for a year. In that time, all that the Republicans have found is publicly available information, which, here it is. This is all publicly available. They don't have to research anything. It's all printed in here. I must admit I haven't read through it, but it's large and heavy. It's a complex organization, all of which is legal. In fact, the information in here indicates that there's nothing legal. I must admit that when we had Holtz-Eakin here, the president of the American Action Forum, he wouldn't answer any of our questions. He said he didn't have to and he wasn't about to, and he wouldn't explain who was funding his organization. So while he refused to disclose the information, AARP at least has been upfront. It's transparent. It seems to me to everyone sitting here today that rather than American Action Network or 60 Plus or American Crossroads or the Chamber of Commerce, we're here to discredit AARP in the minds of seniors. And now, they know that my colleagues across the aisle know that us seniors trust AARP, and that's why the Republicans lauded AARP's endorsement of the Republican Medicare prescription drug bill in 2003, which I thought was wrong, and I thought it was a bad thing for AARP to do, but the Republicans loved it. Now, 8 years later, they're trying to break the trust that American seniors have in AARP. And before they announce their budget that will devastate Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid, the Republican plans to privatize Social Security, block grant Medicaid, end Medicare. They would like to kind of silence AARP, and that's why we're here today. We should see this for what it is, a waste of government time, an abuse of government resources, and a vindictive attempt to settle a political score and silence a voice that represents seniors. I yield back my time. Look forward to hearing the testimony of our witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the ranking member from California, Mr. Stark. I now recognize Dr. Bastani, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Oversight, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Herger. As Chairman Herger said in his opening statement, AARP was created with the praiseworthy and noble goal of promoting independence, dignity, and enhancing the quality of life for older Americans. And as a physician, before I came to Congress, and now as a member of Congress, I've interacted with many volunteers in my home state of Louisiana who've done excellent work. Founded with this goal, it was incorporated under Section 501c4 of the Internal Revenue Code. This meant that in return for promoting social welfare and the common good, it would enjoy exemption from federal income taxes. Today, more than 50 years after its founding as a small nonprofit helping the retired, AARP has changed into what appears to be an insurance and advertising powerhouse. According to the most recent data we have, AARP Incorporated and its for-profit organizations annually process billions of dollars in insurance premiums and earn nearly $700 million in insurance revenues and over $100 million in advertising revenues. Only a fifth of its revenue comes from membership dues and contributions. Since 2002, AARP's revenue from membership dues has only increased modestly. And over that same period, however, by partnering with other companies to sell insurance, AARP has experienced gains in its royalty income that any private sector business would envy. Its revenues have nearly tripled, growing from $240 million to $657 million in 2009. Yet, as AARP Incorporated has grown by leaps and bounds, its funding for charitable work has nearly flatlined. Contributions to the AARP Foundation between 2002 and 2009 grew by only 11%, or about $3.1 million. And funding of the legal counsel for the elderly actually decreased by about 9%. The parts of AARP that fulfill its original purpose seem not to be sharing in the bounty that has come to AARP from its insurance-related business activities. Another concern regarding AARP is whether they provide excessive compensation to executives, which might suggest that the organization exists more for the enrichment of its officers and employees and less for the public good. In the case of AARP, executive compensation and benefits often far exceed what one might think appropriate for a tax-exempt organization. The website Charity Navigator compares the compensation of CEOs at charities and nonprofits with expenditures exceeding $500 million. And looking at these numbers, we see that compensation for AARP's top executive is a consistent outlier, reaching as high as $1.6 million in 2009. In addition, AARP has maintained travel policies that exceed what are considered best practice recommendations developed by an independent oversight group, which AARP's then CEO was involved in. The differences in revenue generated and money spent promoting social welfare and the common good suggests that AARP may have strayed from its original mission and brings into question whether it's appropriate for it to continue to operate as a 501c4 tax-exempt organization. This is primarily a question for the Internal Revenue Service, and we will be asking them to conduct a review. Let me end by saying that as chairman of the Ways and Means Committee on Oversight, I take this committee's responsibilities, in oversight, very, very seriously. And I intend to take a closer look at the IRS's administration of the tax-exempt sector and whether the IRS is adequately overseeing the practices of tax-exempt organizations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Bastani. I'd now like to recognize Representative John Lewis, ranking member of the Subcommittee on Oversight, for the purposes of making an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding a hearing on tax-exempt organization. However, I do not think we should single out just one organization. While I agree that organizations that enjoy a special tax status should justify the reason for their exemption, I know that there are about 140,000 other organizations that share the same tax status. Mr. Chairman, while it is our duty to provide oversight of the nonprofit sector. I am saddened that you have chosen to fulfill your duty in the manner displayed today. You and I both know that this hearing is politically motivated and driven by ARP's support of the Affordable Care Act. Your report admits that all of the information contained in it came from public available documents filed in accordance with the law. There's nothing new here today, nothing that is not already public, nothing that set ARP apart, no unveiling that I can see. I'm mindful that the majority want to cut Social Security, they want to cut Medicare, they want to cut programs that help the poor. I can only surmise that the true intent of this hearing is to harm the reputation of AARP, or to silence their voice as we move closer to this debate. If there was a plan to provide real oversight today, we will have before us other organizations who share the same tax status as ARP, like 60 plus. We would have more organizations like Tea Party Patriots, American Crossroad GPS, and American Action Network. They all share the same tax status as AARP and play a major role in the election. If that was a real plan today, we would have before us a $2.2 billion a year racetrack and casino operating in Iowa under the same tax-exempt status as the AARP. I find this unreal. It is unbelievable. If oversight was a true goal, we would look at the compensation paid by other tax-exempt organizations, including those that oppose health care reform, like the Chamber of Commerce, AHIP, and NFIB, all paid their executive well and more than the ARP. Based on all of this, I believe that this is no plan for oversight today. We have before us a single witness, a biased report, and the use of committee resources to sell a score. This is nothing other than a political witch hunt. The Ways and Means Committee is better than this. I asked my colleague, who is next? Who else is on your list? My college? Your church? This is a dangerous game to play. In closing, I'm pleased to have before us today a nationally recognized expert in the law of tax-exempt organizations, Professor Frances Hill. She wrote one of the leading treatises in this area, and I look forward to her testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I'd now like to turn to the subcommittee's first panel. Today we're joined by Barry Rand, Chief Executive Officer of AARP, who is accompanied by Lee Hammond, President, AARP Board of Directors. Mr. Rand, thank you for agreeing to testify today. You will have 5 minutes to present your testimony. Your entire written statement will be made part of the record. You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I am Barry Rand, CEO of AARP. And joining me this morning is Lee Hammond, President of AARP and a member of the AARP Board of Directors. Lee, like all 22 members of our board, is an unpaid volunteer. AARP is proud of our record. Throughout our more than 50 years of service, we have worked tirelessly to promote nonpartisan policy solutions, to improve the marketplace, to enhance the public good, especially for those 50 and older, and we will continue to do so in the future. We are a strictly nonpartisan organization. We do our work in a very public way. Since its founding, AARP has made information about its finances, mission, and governance available to the public. We post on our website our annual reports, financial statements, IRS Form 990 tax returns, and detailed breakdowns of our revenues and expenditures. And this is why we are surprised and disappointed, both by the title and substance of the report a few members released this week. Behind the veil, the AARP America doesn't know. There is no veil. Quite frankly, we disagree with each of the conclusions drawn in this one-sided report. First, we reject the allegation that our public policy positions are influenced by our revenues. Our policy positions are set by our all-volunteer board of directors based on the needs of the 50-plus population. They are determined totally independent from revenue considerations. We have long maintained that we would forego revenue in exchange for lifetime health and financial security for all older Americans. The revenues we earn from royalties allow us to keep membership dues low, currently $16 a year, while providing outstanding benefits to members and to all Americans age 50 and older. We also reject the conclusion that we are not good stewards of our nonprofit status. The revenue that AARP receives from lending its name to products and services goes directly to fulfilling our mission and serving people 50 plus. Our mission includes three major areas. We work to make sure that people have access to affordable, quality health care. We work to make sure that people have the opportunity to achieve lifelong financial security. And we help and empower people 50 plus to live their best lives. These are the principles ARP was founded upon. Dr. Ethel Percy Andrus, a retired educator from California, was appalled when she discovered a retired teacher living in an old chicken coop. So she began a campaign to get affordable group medical insurance for retired teachers, creating the first group health insurance plan for people 65 and older in the country, a decade before Medicare. In 1958, she created AARP for seniors across the country who needed health insurance for themselves. Through AARP, Dr. Andrus also envisioned a better life for seniors that included health and economic security and opportunities to remain active and productive members of society. When we look at what Dr. Andrus did, it is truly remarkable. She came up with a creative marketplace solution to what was then considered to be an unsolvable problem, providing access to health care for seniors. And she changed the market by bringing seniors together who shared those needs. And we have followed Dr. Andrus' lead ever since. Lee, our other volunteer leaders, and our dedicated staff are the guardians of that legacy today. We are leading efforts to improve life for all generations by working to provide access to quality, affordable health care, including lower prescription drug costs, improve and protect financial security, including Social Security, and fighting age discrimination, and we advocate for consumers. For example, AARP has supported bipartisan legislation, including the Lifetime Income Disclosure Act, which will provide consumers with better information about their 401k plans. We're also proud to endorse Strengthening Medicare Anti-Fraud Act. This bill, sponsored by the chair and ranking member of the Health Subcommittee, empowers the government to reduce Medicare fraud. AARP also provides direct assistance to Americans. For example, as we sit here today, more than 30,000 AARP tax aid volunteers are helping 2.6 million taxpayers prepare their taxes. In 2010, 193,000 people with low incomes received a total of $233 million in earned income tax credits. Last year, AARP volunteers helped more than 526,000 people stay safe on the roads through our driver safety program. Also in 2010, our advocacy efforts helped consumers save more than $3 billion in lower utility costs. Last year, more than 500,000 people visited our Create the Good website, connected with more than 260,000 volunteer opportunities in their communities. Today, AARP and the AARP Foundation, in partnership with NASCAR's Jeff Gordon and Hendricks Motorsport, are leading the drive to end hunger, an effort to help 6 million American seniors and another 6 million in their families who face the horror of going hungry every day. That's AARP, working to make sure that the American dream lives on for all generations. Thank you.
Mr. Rand, I thank you for your testimony. I'd like to call to your attention to the monitors and a chart detailing AARP's sources of revenues. According to AARP's consolidated financial statement, AARP's royalty revenue, which comes primarily from insurance companies, was $240 million in 2002 and grew to $657 million in 2009, an increase of nearly 200%. During this same period, AARP's revenues from membership dues, advertising, and federal and other grants have remained relatively flat. It is safe to say that AARP could not operate or function as it does today without the money it makes from its insurance business, which certainly raises suspicion about where AARP's motives lie. If AARP did not have the nearly $250 million in royalty payments coming in, most of which are from insurance companies, what sort of changes would AARP need to make?
Quite frankly, AARP is very proud of the fact that its membership dues are kept low. We work at keeping them low. In fact, the directive from the board is that we want to keep membership dues low. We don't expect to extract incremental dollars from our membership. We invest in it. So we're proud of that particular fact. Now, royalties. Royalties from health insurance companies, royalties from financial products, royalties from other products, lifestyle products. We believe that part of the solution to meet the unmet needs of the 50-plus population.
Mr. Rand, if you could answer my question, if you did not have these huge profits from the insurance company, what would you do? What would that do to your...
It would decrease our ability to serve 100,000 50-plus and 37 million members. All of our revenue goes toward our mission.
So in other words, this is very important, the revenues that you're bringing in from the profits that are made, the royalties that are made from your insurance companies. Is that not correct?
It's very important to our members, and it's very important to the 100,000 50-plus. Let me give you some idea of what.
So therefore, you have a great interest in those revenues, those royalties being high, as we've seen the huge increases that have taken place in a relatively short period of time.
As you know, royalties are tax exempt, but let me tell you what we do with the money.
But just answer my question.
Well,
You have a great interest in that those royalties be high because they your dues would be higher if they weren't. So is that correct?
Would you like me to tell you where our interest lies?
Just yes or no, is that correct?
Obviously, it would affect
If
the
you
power.
answer the question, please.
Well, the answer is we have an interest in meeting the unmet wants and needs of our population. That's what our interest is. This is not something that we devise. All of these insurance products come from our members and the 100 of the 50-plus population who say we have these needs. They give us those needs and wants, and if they're in the insurance area, we convey those to potential providers of insurance. That's what we do.
I understand that. Again, I would appreciate if you keep to answering my question, if you would. And I thank you for that. You stated in your testimony that, quote, under the Democrat health care overhaul, the AARP's branded insurance plans for 50 to 64-year-olds will become obsolete, and AARP will no longer receive revenues from those plans, close quote. Can we take from that statement that AARP will not endorse or sell insurance in the government-run exchanges, and that AARP will not accept any royalty or commission payments or licensing fees from any insurance plan operating in the exchange? And will you make that commitment today?
We don't sell insurance, Mr. Chairman.
You do receive royalties, which would rank you as the sixth largest health insurance company in the United States. Is that not correct?
The answer is we're not an insurance company.
Do you
We
not
don't sell
receive
insurance.
the
We
sixth
don't
highest
underwrite insurance.
royalties of any insurance company in the United States?
Excuse me, could you just repeat it?
Do you not, AARP, does not AARP in royalties receive the sixth highest profits of any health insurance company in the United States? Is that not correct statement?
It's not correct. We don't receive profits, sir.
Royalties.
And I don't know what the,
You receive royalties that would rank you, again, this is public information,
absolutely.
that would rank you as the sixth largest for profit, were you a for-profit, which the IRS does not rank you as, and that's one of the purposes of this hearing, would rate you as if you were an insurance company. Well, anyway, your public information
Yes.
would indicate that. Finally, I'd like to highlight the recent comment from an AARP spokesman that AARP is committed to transparency, and the hearing will provide us yet another opportunity to answer any questions, close quote. I found this quote somewhat refreshing, given AARP's repeated refusal for 18 months to provide members of this committee with financial documents relating to the AARP insurance plan, AARP services, and details about AARP's Medicare insurance contracts. Given your new commitment to transparency, I have a few questions I'd like you to answer or to commit to answering on the record. In 2007, AARP retained 4% of every Medigap insurance premium it received. In 2009, AARP retained 4.95% of premiums paid for every AARP Medigap policy. Could you tell us how you decided on 4.95% and what went into that conclusion? What percentage of AARP's Medigap premiums will AARP keep in each year from 2011 until the current contract expires in 2017?
May I address your premise?
I'd like you to address my question.
Well, that's what I think I'm trying to
Oh,
do.
well, premise and question are two different things. If you could address my question. What went into your decision for AARP to increase its royalties from 4% to 4.95%, first of all, and what percentage do you anticipate those ARP will keep from each year from 2011 to 2017? So if you could address my question, please.
Number one, the royalties have nothing to do with the premiums of the beneficiaries. Nothing to do with the premiums. The premiums, to
Now,
my
that's
knowl-
not my question. I asked you what went into your decision that it would be 4%, and what went into your decision to increase it from 4 to 4.95. That's my first question.
Well, that was simply a renegotiation between United and AARP.
Okay. And could you tell us what percentage AARP, Medigap premiums, what you will keep in each of the years, the year we're in, 2011, through 2017, which is what your contract runs for? Will it go up again? Will it remain at 4.95?
I can't answer the future. We have not talked about that.
Okay. How much money did AARP earn on investing seniors' insurance premiums money before kicking a portion of the premiums back to United in 2008, 2009, and 2010?
The premiums from the beneficiaries since 1958 have gone into a trust, a legal trust. It has been the collecting portion of these checks and beneficiary payments.
Now that's, again, if you could answer my question, now that's public information what
Yes.
you're stating. We all know that. What we don't know, and what you would not answer us when we requested from you, and what my question is what portion of the premiums did you give back to United money before kicking in a portion?
All of the money that we took in from
How much did you earn
beneficiaries-
in investment before giving it back? That's my question, which is not public record.
First, do you mind if I answer it in two parts, sir?
If you answer it, yes.
Okay. First part, any interest that we have goes back to our mission, which means it goes back to the 50-plus
That's not
population.
answering my question. We know that, and you've stated that already.
Okay.
Could you be precise in answering my question, which you're avoiding and which you would not answer for 18 months?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not certain what's going on here, but to some degree, the witness is entitled to an opportunity to try to respond. If the chairman or any member does not agree that that's responsive, then certainly we're entitled to, as members, to try to extract as best an answer as we can. But at this stage, I think you're preventing the witness, Mr. Rand,
Okay,
from
the
responding.
the gentleman has not been recognized. Let me just say, I will take that to be that you refuse to answer my question.
No, I'm not. I'm happy.
Okay, then either answer my question or we'll move on to the next one. Because you're not answering the questions I'm asking you.
All of the money that we have that comes out of the trust and interest goes to our mission. None of the money is taken out of any of the premiums.
Mr. Rand, let me say for the third or fourth time, that is not the question I asked. I asked, what is that amount? I will take that to be that you're refusing to answer my question. And I'll move on to my
Now
next
that I
question.
understand the specificity of your question, over the years, an interest earned from the trust, which is ARP's trust, would vary anywhere from $60 million to $90 million, depending on the years.
Okay, thank you. And if you could, I'd like you to answer that, maybe in writing if you don't have that, to our committee. How much does AARP receive annually for the use of AARP's brand for AARP Medicare Advantage insurance plans and AARP Medicare prescription drug insurance plans each year over the course of the current contract?
I can give you a cumulative answer if that will suffice, because I don't have it by the individual insurance products. It is roughly 420, 430 million that we get in royalties from United Healthcare for their ability to use our brand on their products.
Okay, I believe that's already publicly known. Could I request you to respond in writing to that?
We can respond in writing, yes.
With the answer?
Yes.
I thank you. I thank you, Mr. Rand. I now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Stark, for 5 minutes.
The report from my colleagues across the aisle raises some objections to the AARP sponsoring NASCAR driver Jeff Gordon. And this raises questions, according to their report, about whether scarce taxpayer dollars are being used to sponsor a NASCAR team. You do sponsor a NASCAR team?
We sponsor what we call the answer is yes.
Okay.
And that is the Drive to End Hunger car.
Well, I guess if it's bad for AARP to do that with taxpayers' dollars, it's okay for the Pentagon to do it. I'd like to insert in the record the roll call vote February 18th of this year, an amendment offered by Ms. McCollum, Minnesota, that we eliminate $7 million in funding used by the Department of Defense to sponsor a NASCAR vehicle. And I'd also note that my colleagues, Mr. Herger, Boosty, and most of the Republicans on this committee voted against that amendment. So if you did vote with us, the four who did, in eliminating this funding, Mr. Tiberi, Mr. Reichert, Mr. Ryan, and Jenkins, thank you. But it seems to me there's a difference here, that it's okay to spend taxpayer funds on NASCAR by the Department of Defense. Maybe it helps them learn how to fly those airplanes or whatever they're doing. But then to insinuate that you all, AARP, are doing something sinister, that just doesn't seem quite right to me. And I wonder if, Mr. Rand, can you explain why AARP makes this investment in NASCAR and why you think it's valuable?
Well, number one is we don't make the investment in NASCAR. We're making the investment in a coalition of both awareness and partners to end what is an insidious issue in America, which is 51 million people who suffer from hunger, who go to bed every night struggling to figure out how they're going to get their meal.
So you make some money on...
We don't make any money on this.
No, I mean, there's revenue that comes out of the NASCAR thing.
No, we take our revenue and we invest in this issue.
Which is to help?
End hunger, bring attention to hunger, have partners to help us with hunger, to figure out how we can have a national network that helps with the infrastructure, access to food, delivery of food, awareness of the issue. We believe that we have over 6 million seniors who suffer. You add another 6 million that include their family. That's 12 million that are focused.
Sounds like a great... Now, can you explain what the Department of Defense does with the money they make on their NASCAR involvement?
I can't, sir.
Suppose they bomb Yemen or... got any ideas what they might do with it?
No, sir.
Okay, I don't either. I mean, it seems to me if it's all right for our people in uniform, that it ought to be all right for us old folks who haven't worn the uniform for 40 years. That makes sense to you?
It makes sense to me.
Oh, good, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We got a new chairman. Thank you.
For the time being.
All right. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. Mr. Rand, I want to put a chart up on the screen. I know you can't see the TV screens, but I believe you have it. I think our committee has provided it. It's chart number 7. And if we can put the chart up on the screen for the viewing audience, I would appreciate that. I'd like to call your attention to this chart because to maintain tax-exempt status, an organization must be operated exclusively for the promotion of social welfare and be primarily engaged in promoting the common good. This chart's derived from your consolidated financial statements. The red line shows royalty revenue, and I'm going to get back to the definition of royalty in a moment, but it shows royalty revenue, including payments from insurance companies, with remarkable growth, a 200% increase from the year 2002 to 2009. Last figure in 2009 was $657 million. And now, down at the bottom, those lines that are not as easily seen are dollars transferred from AARP, incorporated to AARP's legal counsel, which was actually shows a decrease of $300,000 over that time period. And dollars in the blue, in the gold would be dollars blue, dollars transferred from AARP incorporated to the AARP Foundation, which was $3.1 million. So in looking at this, the 4 private entities that brought in these royalty revenues and your charitable mission, the growth has not kept pace. And so this calls into question in my mind, are you really meeting that, that obligation as a 501c4 with your charitable contributions? How does that comport with AARP's tax-exempt status, sir?
All of our mission, all of our money does go to our mission. There may be a particular program that has not kept pace with investment, but I will tell you that with the foundation.
But when you say mission, are you referring to your
our social good mission, our mission,
social good mission?
our mission.
But that leaves $414 million on the table here, if you just do some simple math, that I'm just wanting an explanation of the discrepancy here. Seems to me that those bottom lines would not be flat or showing a decrease over that time period.
Mr. Chairman, may I add some information here?
Yes, sir.
I think part of the problem comes in looking at the difference between a C5, a C4, and a C3.
No, I understand that, but let me...
I know you understand it, sir, but I think the definition and the requirements for a C4 are considerably different than a C3.
I understand. I'm going to get to that in just a moment.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Okay. Let's move on to something else. I want to follow up on some of the inquiry that Mr. Herger was working on. In looking at the Medigap policies, I understand you have licensing agreements with insurance companies. Is that correct, sir?
We have an arrangement where we have our brand that is lent to them, assuming that
But this is a licensing agreement.
you can call it a license agreement, we call it a royalty.
A royalty. Okay, well, I'm going to get to the definition of royalty in a moment. And under the Medigap arrangement, only dues-paying members, AARP dues-paying members are allowed to participate in these Medigap policies. Is that correct, sir?
Sir, again, if I could.
Well, Mr. Rand runs the organization. Mr. Rand, can you answer that question?
You're talking the difference between MA.
But is it only dues-paying members that are allowed to participate in the AARP Medigap arrangement with the insurance companies?
I believe we have some products that you don't have to be a...
No, I'm talking specifically about Medigap.
When you start out, the answer is yes.
Okay.
Some leave the program and they stay with the insurance, and we are happy that they stay with the insurance.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. And you receive in this arrangement, at least based on the information we have gathered from public records and so forth and your consolidated statement, you receive the premiums that are collected from these beneficiaries in the Medigap policies. Is that correct, sir? You collect the premiums.
They're collected in the trust fund.
Right, the grantor trust.
That's correct.
Which is part of AARP.
That's correct.
Right,
Since 1958.
that's right. And you retain 4.95% of those premiums as royalty.
No, sir, that's incorrect.
How-
We don't retain any of the premiums. Those premium dollars are written to the specific insurer, United or any of the other.
No, I understand they're written to the insurer, but you have an arrangement whereby you retain a royalty.
No, sir.
What is this 4.95%?
It does not come out of the premiums. The premiums go into the trust fund, sir.
Okay.
They are then matched.
So is this a separate royalty payment by the insurance company?
No, sir.
Where does the money come from?
If I could just complete one statement,
Go ahead, sir.
perhaps I could be
Go
clearer.
ahead, sir.
The trust fund is a collection that the beneficiaries send their checks. There are 2 to 2.5 million checks and wires that come in. They get collected, and they are given to the appropriate insurer, whether it's United or Aetna or Genworth. That's part of the administration that the trust has.
Okay, so this is an administrative fee, you're saying? That, because I have a document here from Rhode Island, the state of Rhode Island, that shows total member contributions, lives covered, it breaks it all down, and it says royalty to AARP, percent of member contribution, 4.95%.
That's the royalty, sir.
Well, that's what I asked you in the first place.
I know, but royalty has nothing to do with the trust fund. It has nothing, the trust fund just takes the beneficiary's payment to United or Genworth or any other insurance provider, collects the dollars and transfers it to the appropriate insurer. That's all it does.
So the 4.95% is not going to the...
Is the royalty fee associated with our contract or a contract that talks about we're going to lend you our AARP logo if you do certain things associated with improving insurance products to our members and people 50+.
So does the 4.95% go to the grantor trust, or does it go to AARP Inc.? What?
It goes to us in revenue.
I know, but what entity?
AARP.
AARP. But, okay, well, let's leave that for a moment. Royalty income, which is excluded from unrelated business income under Section 512B of the tax code, has often raised a number of questions, and there's been litigation. And while royalty income that's excluded under UBIT, under the code, is an issue that it's difficult. You know, a lot of times it relates to intangible property. It's my understanding that, putting aside the 4.95% issue, which you classified as royalty earlier, you also retain these premiums for and it's an unspecified period of time. I'm not certain what that period of time is. Can you tell us how long AARP or an entity of AARP holds on to those collected premiums in Medigap?
There are two processes. The first process is the collection process. There may be 2 to 2.5 million, either electronic, 60% of it is electronic, the rest is mail. Those are sorted through for the various accounts, i.e. United, i.e. Genworth. So that's an administrative process. That administrative process can take anywhere from a week to 2 weeks or 3 weeks, depending on how these checks come in. For that period of time, as we are amalgamating the checks for payment, that trust, financial prudence, is also in an interest-bearing account.
Are there other investments besides just simple interest-bearing account?
As the money comes in, it's in an interest-bearing account. There's no other money in there. Interest-bearing account.
Okay.
For that week or 2 days or 3 weeks, We earn a small interest, as any interest-bearing account, as your own checking account that you may have.
Understand.
Interest-bearing. That's one issue, and I think that's the one that you're trying to get to. That interest has nothing to do with insurance companies. It does not affect any of the payments associated with the beneficiary.
And you pay tax on that interest?
I believe we do, but I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I'll find out for you.
Yeah,
I'll
if you
say
could
that.
get us the
I'll find
answer
out
to that.
for you, and we'll get you that information.
And if you could get us some idea of how much you earn with that. I mean, what kind of interest earnings do you get on that and the tax paid on it? That would be helpful.
We will give you all that information.
Thank you, sir. Now, you mentioned there was another aspect to this. Well, let me back up a moment. Is this all set by contractual arrangement?
The trust was set by a contractual arrangement in 1958.
No, but I understand that. But you have a separate contract with United, for instance, or Genworth for the handling of these premium dollars, which specifies how long you might hold on to it?
No.
There are no contracts?
Well, we have a contract to do the administration for them.
Can you provide us with those contracts? Provide the committee?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, sir. You said earlier the interest goes back to the mission. That was kind of a broad statement. I'm just following up on a quote you gave in questioning to Mr. Herger, and that the royalties have nothing to do with the premiums. Can you elaborate more on that?
Premiums are what the insurance companies charge the beneficiaries.
Right.
Separate issue. We have nothing to do with that. Royalties come from an agreement when we go through a process that says who can meet the wants and needs of our membership and 50-plus populations. We understand clearly what the unmet needs are. We take those unmet needs, and during the process, we invite, in this case, insurance companies in and say who can do the best job in changing the marketplace to meet the unmet needs of our seniors. Who can have the quality that our seniors expect.
No, I understand that.
We then
Okay, go ahead.
We then select. When we select, we then give them permission to use our brand, the AARP brand. For that permission to use our brand, we have royalties and payment for that.
Okay. Now, does AARP Services have any role whatsoever in setting the premiums, the rate, the premium rates?
The answer is no.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
I thank the gentleman. The ranking member of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Lewis, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Rand and Mr. Hammond, I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for your great service to the nation and for all of your great and good work. Now, the Republican reports state that ARP charitable contribution only increased by 11% from 2004 to 2008. Now, ARP is a social welfare organization. American Crossroads, GPS, is a social welfare organization. The Tea Party Patriot is a social welfare organization. Both want to repeal health care reform. I'm not aware of any charitable activity or contribution by either of these organizations. Mr. Hammond, are you aware of any requirement a social welfare organization engage in charitable activities? Could you please describe for the committee a few of the charitable efforts of the ARP?
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Lewis. That's one of the things I was trying to talk with Chairman Bustani about. A C4 social impact organization is simply that. We've established a charitable arm, the C3, to deal with vulnerable populations who are in need of assistance in the very essence of their lives, to try and stay together. The C4 is working on a broader basis on our social mission. We're looking to help people in need, and certainly we do, but we help them in different ways. We help 53,000 job seekers through our 2010 job fairs. We're helping with the drive to end hunger, which we are financing. Folks say, well, you know, why don't you just throw that money at hunger? Why don't you just help people, feed people with that money? Well, that would be fine, and it would feed a lot of people. But the focus isn't that. The focus is on defeating hunger in this country and putting a spotlight on hunger and making people understand just exactly what a big problem it is. We've been raising money for relief in Haiti. We're raising money for relief in Japan. As Mr. Rand stated earlier, we've, through our advocacy efforts, saved utility customers about $3 billion in 2010 by opposing unjustified rate increases. We've represented tens of thousands of people at no fee in cases where age discrimination is involved. We've supported efforts through our advocacy, which is another perfectly legal part of the C4, to do the kinds of things that our people say they need having done. We're looking at 100 million Americans who are age 50 plus. About 37 million plus or minus are our members. But we're not doing it just for our members. We're doing it for everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Mr. Rand, you want to respond?
Well, I thought I would add some clarity. This is what I was trying to explain when we were asking the questions about where do our dollars go in terms of a social good organization. Roughly 25% of our revenue, 25% of our expenditures go to community benefits such as tax aid and driver safety, other programs of that ilk, 25% of our expenditures. Member services, $240 million, about 24%. Advocacy and research, 10%. Communications operations, 8%, and that's really focused on education with our great magazines. Those are some examples on a higher percentage basis, well beyond the two programs that there seems to be a chart that says they went down, but this tells you in a broad sense that the vast, vast majority, all of our money really goes to our social welfare mission.
Thank you. Mr. Rand and Mr. Hammond, I find it sort of strange and out of the ordinary that while Republican colleagues of mine are attacking ARP today as retribution for your organization's support for health reform, they were more than happy, as Mr. Stark suggested, to stand with you when they created the Medicare drug benefit. I want to ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record a list of the quotes from my Republican colleagues when MMA was passed. Mr. Rand, I don't believe you were at ARP at that time, but Mr. Hammond?
Without objection, that would do. The gentleman's time has expired.
But Mr. Chairman, I think you took much more than 5 minutes. I know you have leeway. You was answering questions. When I went over to vote, and when I came back, you were still asking questions. You took at least 15 minutes.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. The health care bill cuts Medicare Advantage by $206 billion. Those cuts are going to result in millions of seniors no longer selecting Medicare Advantage coverage, either because those plans will no longer be available to some seniors or because they will become too expensive and offer fewer benefits. I want to know if you were aware of these cuts when AARP endorsed that legislation.
Mr. Johnson, if I might answer?
Sure.
Yes, we were certainly aware of those cuts. That's been AARP's position since Medicare Advantage was first instituted. We do not believe that excess payments should go to programs that are paid for by the other 75% of the taxpayers who are involved in regular Medicare. That's been our position and our public policy for at least 10 years.
So you don't believe that people ought to be able to choose their own health care program?
We absolutely believe they ought to be able to choose their own health programs. We don't think they ought to be subsidized into programs.
Okay, the for-profit AARP's insurance plan collects Medigap premiums, invests seniors' premium money, earns interest on it, and then keeps almost 5% of the premium amount and the interest earned off the float. The rest of the premium is then sent to United Health Group. AARP, Inc., the 501c4, receives royalty payments directly from United Health Group for AARP's Medicare Advantage and Medicare prescription drug plans. Why does AARP handle insurance profits differently depending on whether it's Medicare Advantage or Medigap? You want to answer that too?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot, and then Mr. Rand can fill in with anything that he has to say. Number one, Medicare Advantage is a program that is sponsored under Medicare, not through private insurance.
That's right.
And it follows all the government regulations. Therefore, the way that royalty payment is done is under federal regulation.
Okay, so you didn't really tell me about Medigap, though.
And Medigap, I think first of all, I'd like to make a slight correction in what you indicated. All of the premiums for those issues go into the insurance trust, the grantor trust that Chairman Bustani was talking about. That is a legal entity that was set up in 1958 to receive those and to hold the group policy and to receive the premiums, hold the premiums, invest that, and yes, we do receive interest income for that float, which is perfectly legal. We do take royalty payments from that money that comes in, and then as requested by the insurance companies to cover their products, we return the balance of that money to them.
Does AARP receive more in royalty payments for AARP branded Medigap than Medicare Advantage plans?
I'm sorry, sir, would you repeat that?
You get more from Medigap than you do Medicare Advantage plans that you all have started.
I'm assuming you're talking about royalties, sir.
Yes,
Yes, we do.
you do.
Yes.
According to Medicare's chief actuary and United Healthcare executives, the Medicare Advantage cuts will increase enrollment in Medigap plans as seniors look to have supplemental coverage. The more people that enroll in AARP Medigap, the more money AARP receives, according to what I'm given. As a result, AARP could easily see a windfall in excess of $1 billion as a result of the health care law. How do you explain that to the seniors you're supposedly advocating for? And, you know, it looks like you're raking in the cash while they're losing benefits and paying more for coverage.
May I make one comment, sir, before
Sure.
Mr. Rand answers that question? One of the priorities that we set was that no traditional benefits under Medicare would be lost. In fact, Medicare would be strengthened. So I just want to make that clear in terms of benefit cuts.
The gentleman's time has...
My time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Washington, Mr. McDermott, Dr. McDermott is recognized for 5 minutes.
You didn't answer that last question very well.
I think you gentlemen understand what you're being made part of today. It's a reenactment of a play by Arthur Miller called The Crucible. It was a play about witches in Salem, and the evidence had to be found that these women were all controlled by the devil. Your sin, as you may know, is that you backed the Affordable Care Act. Now, I'm sure that the chairman has a long list of other groups that are going to be brought in here. I'm sure that the pharmaceutical industry will be brought in here because they got a deal that we can't negotiate pharmaceutical prices. We're prohibited, Mrs. Sebelius is prohibited, Secretary Sebelius is prohibited from negotiating better prices for seniors. Pharmaceutical industry, I think they must have caught, a pretty good deal on that. That was put in, you remember back when they put in the drug benefit a few years ago. And they said that you couldn't negotiate better prices for seniors. You could do it for veterans, save quite a bit for them, maybe 40, 50, 60%. But you couldn't do it for seniors. So the pharmaceutical industry caught quite a benefit in there. And they supported it. And I'm sure we're going to have them in here to go over their finances and how their money is spent and where they get it and how they use it for lobbying up here and how they get tax deductions. And then we'll probably have the medical device people up here. I keep getting those things from the scooter store saying, you having any trouble moving around? Well, just come on in and we'll get you a scooter and you'll be paid for by Medicare, and by goodness, they got a little old deal in this bill that went out of here, the Accountable Care Act, and down the list we're going to go. Now, the question really is, are we going to go after every organization that is a 501c3 and a 501c4? And if we're going to start that, well, then we're going to have churches in here. There ought to be some churches we look carefully at. I mean, this is an oversight committee, and we really ought to be going after them. And the question that comes to my mind in listening to all this is, how did you make the decision to back the Affordable Care Act? I don't think you just got up one morning and said, let's back this thing. Tell us about the process that you went through, because I want to understand why you committed this sin. I think if you'd confess your sin, maybe we could end this hearing and you could go home. But if you won't confess as to how you came to this terrible decision, I'd like to hear you talk about it.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about it. First of all, as many of you all know, this is a vital part of our mission, to have affordable, accessible health care for all Americans. It is health security. This has been our mission for over 50 years. Over 50 years. When we talked to our members, they asked us what it was they needed the most. We took down a list of what they said they needed. One was no pre-existing conditions, because they couldn't get insurance, yet they were still getting sick, and it was their leading cause of bankruptcy and loss of homes. And so we advocated for no pre-existing conditions. And in fact, there were many portions of the insurance industry who were pushing against it. Age rating. They say we're getting older, and we're paying 10, sometimes more, depending on the state, than a young person, as we have less out of pocket to pay. We don't want age discrimination to continue. And so we advocated for taking the 10x that they were paying, and the bill has a maximum of 3x. Many of the baby boomers said we don't have enough money to send our kids to college, and at the same time try to figure out how to pay for their separate insurance. So we'd love to be able to have them on our insurance policy so we can do both, so that we can help give them the American dream. Closing the donut hole.
The
Our
gentleman's
seniors,
time has expired. If you could close up quickly, please.
the donut hole, because it was 30% of the out-of-pocket cost for seniors. We closed the donut hole completely. Home and community care options for those people who don't want to go to nursing homes and prefer
The
to
gentleman's
stay.
time has expired.
Thank you, sir.
I thank you. I recognize the, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Reichert, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you, Mr. Hammond and Mr. Rand, for being here this morning. First of all of those conditions that you've just listed, I think most members in this panel, Democrats and Republicans, would agree with. I do. So I think we're on the same page with a lot of these things, and I do take issue with some of the comments made as far as this being a political witch hunt. We can demonize this, but you know, really what it boiled down to is representative in Florida who represents a lot of seniors who had some questions, Jenny Brown Waite. Chairman of a health committee who had some questions, and it's his responsibility to have those questions answered. And then, as far as my part in this, I'm just an old cop. And so I hope you can understand, do you really know and understand why you're here today? I mean, we're just wanting to find the answers. And so I just want to go through a couple things. First of all, look, we exchanged some letters, and the responses we got back were minimal in response to the questions that we asked. And in fact, this transparency issue was referred to earlier by the chairman, where one of the comments made is no public or confidential propriety or information. Some information is non-public or confidential and proprietary to only AARP and its member benefit providers. There is a transparency issue. After the letters were sent and the responses were really not adequate, we then had a face-to-face meeting with your CFO, then CFO Tom Nelson. Tom Nelson and others could not answer the questions that I posed to them. They couldn't answer the question of what happens to the 1 out of 4 seniors who will lose Medicare Advantage. What happens to those? You have actuarial scientists working in your organization, I assume. Is that correct? Just yes or no, because my time is limited?
Yes.
Yes. I would assume.
Excuse me. I don't believe we have actuarial because we're not in the insurance business. So
You must have actuaries who can map out your future for you, right? I mean, you're a large organization. You have to have actuaries. I would think that your actuaries.
If we do, I will give you the information.
Yes, thank you. The actuaries have to look out forward and say, you know, we can predict what's going to happen to these 1 out of every 4 seniors, how much insurance they may lose, what it's going to cost, what its benefits are for AARP or not, what United Way, you know, what the impact and effect will be. Look, we finally had to end up calling in help from the IRS. So this report, as people referred to it as a Republican report, is a report that was formed with the help of an IRS personnel who assisted our staff in going through this information. This isn't made-up information. This is accurate statistical information gathered through a very serious analysis of the monies that you are making in revenue versus the monies that you are distributing in your 501c3. Now look, one of the answers that Tom Nelson gave me is that, you know, this whole thing is to protect the greater good, which kind of goes to your one of your mission statements, enhance the public good. But what about protecting the American seniors? You know, when you talk about Medicare Advantage, and we don't want others shouldering the burden of paying these additional premiums to allow others to have insurance, the whole health care bill is built on that. Am I not correct? Yes or no, please. The whole health care bill is built on others helping to provide for others. Isn't that not true? So why would you be against Medicare?
The answer is yes. There are many elements that
Thank you.
there.
So why would you be against another program that really is helping seniors and others are shouldering the burden? That doesn't make any sense to me. The fact that you support these cuts is just, it's amazing to me.
Can I?
Protecting AARP's dues members, aren't you concerned about that? AERP, you're not suggesting, I hope, that the $500 billion in Medicare cuts that will jeopardize seniors' access to health care is good for seniors. Are you?
No, and I'm at your ready when you would like for me to respond.
Do you keep records, meticulous records, right? I would just like to say, sir, if you could provide me with the list of times that you visited the White House, I would be interested in that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to state for the record that I believe it's totally appropriate that we look at tax status. I think it's a very, very important thing to do, and this committee certainly has the jurisdiction and responsibility to review this issue. I think our taking it on is very appropriate also. However, I want to state that review, I believe, must be fair and impartial, and it should not be done to carry out some sort of political vendetta. After AARP supported the Medicare Part D measure, and that was support that I might add was touted by then President Bush, Speaker Hastert, Chairman Thomas of this committee, Chairman Tozan of the other committee with jurisdiction. AARP's financial interest, I think, was probably more clear then than it is after their support of the health care measure. And there was no question as to whether or not their tax status should be looked at. There was no oversight of AARP at that particular time. And I just find it curious that we're looking at it at this particular time. And I think we have to ask the question, is this political payback, or will this committee be reviewing the tax status of other nonprofit organizations that get involved in the political process, such as 60 Plus, the Republican-leaning group that claims that it is the alternative, the conservative alternative to the AARP. I'm a little mystified as to why they're not here, or American Crossroads, or the Tea Party for that matter, or churches that may take political positions, or even corporations, multi-billion-dollar corporations who show multi-billion dollars of profit, and then we read in the papers they don't pay one single dime of corporate taxes. I think it's a very slippery slope where we're going today, and I just want to make sure that everybody recognizes that, and I'd like to see this committee get back on its regular order course of business. I wanted to give Mr. Rand an opportunity to finish his comments. Mr. McDermott had asked a question, and I don't think he had a chance to finish this. Will he be coming back, or is he?
He will be coming back. If you'd like to phrase the question, if it's appropriate with the chairman, that I'd be glad to try and give you an answer.
Why don't you go ahead and finish up where he had left off? Or Mr. McDermott, you want to rephrase?
Yes. My question really was the process by which you arrived at the decision to back the Affordable Care Act. And he was describing the things that the members had talked about and wanted, but never got to how that decision was made.
Yeah, that decision was made by the board after what seemed like torturous hours of discussion. And I think as Mr. Rand stated, the decision was made based on the principles that we wanted to see included in any health care reform act. These are the principles, the things that our members told us they wanted to see in the act. And as Mr. Riker indicated, there are things that almost all members of the committee agreed with. We would love to have seen that done on a bipartisan basis, because that's the way we try and operate. But we felt that we had to support that act because of those principles and the benefits that it would give to seniors.
Mr. Lewis, you were kind of abruptly cut off during your questioning. Would you like to take the remainder of my time to finish asking your question?
I appreciate it, but I think you made the point that I had planned to make.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I request unanimous consent that the investigative report behind the veil, the AARP America doesn't know, be entered into the record without objection.
Reserving the right to object, Mr. And reserving the right to object as well,
The
Mr.
right to object has been recognized.
Reserving the right to object. I haven't objected because there's just some question as to whether this is an official document, who prepared it, is it a political document, is it a Ways and Means document, is it a congressional document? I see your name on it, and of course my fellow colleague Reichert, but I've been waiting to see where this came from. And so if you put it in the record, how would you identify it as to what we will look forward to in reading it? If you could help me, I certainly am anxious to withdraw any objection at all. But who paid for it? Where did it come from? Is it a campaign document? Did it come from the Republican Congressional Campaign Committee? Or is it a Ways and Means document without a seal? God knows I know what seals mean.
The gentleman, I might mention that the whole purpose, object of this hearing is on this report. The committees on a regular basis submit and are accepted by unanimous consent documents that are not involved with this hearing. If the gentleman doesn't remove his objection, we'll call for a vote.
No, I'm not going to remove my, there's one question. Who paid for this report? Where did it come from? Why is it no identification? Is it a federal report? That's all I'm asking. I don't want a roll call vote. I'm ready to roll over and accept it. But I just want to know why is only two members' names on it, and why is the source of this information not put on the cover? So when I do read it fully, I would know who paid to have this done. If the government paid for it, I would think that.
Again, the gentleman, it has on the report who has asked for it.
Ask whom?
So it's
What is
my
it?
name and Congressman Reichert's name are on it. So it is indicated here. Again, if the gentleman, would the gentleman like a vote? If he doesn't.
I want to withdraw my objection. All I'm asking for is who paid for the report and where did it come from? I don't want to make a big issue out of this. Did you and your colleague pay for this?
I appreciate it. I mean, if the gentleman looks at the report, I think it's obvious where.
It's not obvious, and you can direct my attention to what I'm missing.
Would the chairman yield to me for a
I
moment?
yield to the gentleman.
It's my recollection that Mr. Stark issued a similar report in the context of a
He may
previous
have been
hearing.
wrong in doing that. You know, Stark, you know him, and I know him, and
Well, that,
I would never use
well,
Stark.
since you're admitting that,
No place to hide.
I wouldn't want to use Stark as to what this committee should be doing.
but to my friend from New York, the report was prepared by two members of the committee.
You two did it. That's all I want to know. You did it. You paid for it, and so that answers my question. I remove any objection.
Reserving the right to object.
The right to object has been reserved.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not interested in rolling over, Lynn. I'd like to know, are we saying that this is a report that was produced by just two particular members of this committee? And if it was produced by just two particular members, I'm interested in understanding, is this a committee-generated report? And if so, at what point was it shared with the other members of the committee?
Again, it's on the report, as was mentioned to the gentleman from New York. There's actually three members. Former Congresswoman Jenny Brown-Waite was also involved. Again, I think it's very clear.
But, so were committee resources used to generate this report, or was this done through members' own member account monies, or through some private account monies?
This has been done through the same account, through committees, through our members' account as would be done if you had asked for the gentleman from California had asked for a report, or anyone else.
Of the committee or of my staff? I'm trying to determine whether this is a
Let's move on.
committee-generated.
Would the gentleman like a vote, or would the gentleman remove his?
I'm reserving the right to object, and I'm hoping to get responses to the question, because The report doesn't identify, other than saying investigative report prepared by Reps. Wally Herger and Dave Reichert. Does that mean that this was prepared, Mr. Chairman, by you as a member and Mr. Reichert as a member, or as you as chairman using the resources of the Ways and Means Committee?
Okay, we need to move on. Is the gentleman objecting or not objecting?
I do
I
object.
think we've discussed.
I do object.
Reserve the
Okay,
right
would the
to
gentleman
object.
like a vote?
Reserve the right to object.
Okay, the
Am I recognized?
gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, thank you. There's no date on this report either, and if we were supposed to consume it so that we could respond and ask questions today, we certainly were not given much time. Are you telling us, Mr. Chairman, and a very simple question, this is like any other report that this committee asks for, and the people who worked on it were paid their usual salaries, nothing more, nothing less. There was no external force used to put this
The
report
gentleman's,
together.
we need to move on with this hearing either.
No, we don't
Would
need
like
to move on unless we get an
Then
answer.
Then why don't we have a vote?
We're not moving on until we get an answer, sir. It's a
Chairman.
simple question. What the heck is so complicated about
Okay,
this?
I remove my unanimous
Sir.
consent. I remove my unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman,
We'll move
reserving
on.
the right to object, Mr. Chairman.
I have removed my unanimous consent request, and we're going to move on.
Mr.
with
Chairman,
the
can I
hearing.
just ask a simple question? We don't want to make a big deal out of it.
Okay.
Just who
the
prepared the
gentleman
report?
is not recognized.
If your staff prepared the report, just say so we have an understanding, but we're not clear who prepared the report, and that's all we're asking today.
Okay, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Roscom, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, Mr. Rand, back to you in the booth. Couple of questions. Earlier in your testimony, in your written testimony, on the first page down at the bottom, you said an interesting thing. Let me just read 2 sentences of your testimony, and let me just make a couple of inquiries in light of some of your responses to Mr. McDermott and Mr. Lewis. You said, "We've long maintained that we'd forego revenue in exchange for lifetime health and financial security for all older Americans. As an example of this, it's very likely that under the Affordable Care Act, the AARP branded insurance plans for 50 to 64-year-olds will become obsolete and will no longer receive revenue from those plans. Is it your intention to forego future revenues or royalties or sources of income as the Affordable Care Act rolls in? And are you committing today that you're not going to be earning any of those revenues or royalties or sources of incomes from areas that are in the exchange?"
We really haven't had a conversation. We really haven't had a conversation about the exchange and a strategy about the exchange.
But that's what you're implying in these 2 sentences, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, but when you say that we would forego revenues if this happened, and as an example of that, we are foregoing revenues, that is a reasonable implication of those 2 sentences together, isn't it?
If it's reasonable for you, I would not say no.
Okay, so what?
It is not the intent. You're putting 2 sentences together, and perhaps it was my lack of clarity.
You put 2 sentences.
That's right, and so therefore,
And I've read
it's my
them
lack of
together
clarity.
in context, isn't
Would you
that
like
right?
for me to clarify them, sir?
Yeah, but let me put it in this context.
Yes, sir.
You gave us earlier a description of some of the elements of the Affordable Care Act
Yes, sir.
that you found attractive, and I understand those. I made a note. No pre-existing conditions. You referenced the age rating changing from 10X to 3X, the baby boomers keeping children on their coverage, closing the donut hole, home community care options, and there were other things that you got cut off based on time that were attractive to you.
Yes.
What are the weaknesses of the Affordable Care Act that compel you to keep an option open that would suggest that if the Affordable Care Act isn't successful, that you may have to continue in the revenue, royalty, or income element of this in order to preserve your mission? What are the weaknesses of the Affordable Care Act that compel you to keep the option open?
Let me explain the intent of my statement. We have long been accused by some elements of being in this for money, for revenue.
Hold that thought. I want to come back to it. Let me just highlight some of the folks that have accused you of that, because it's interesting.
Yeah.
Our panel members really don't disappoint, do we? The gentleman from California, Mr. Stark, said that you AARP members know that they're being sold out by an organization, i.e. you, from past conduct, not your action in the Affordable Care Act. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Rangel, said that AARP has forgotten where they come from, because once you get into the business of making money with the devil, you forget your mission. And the former speaker, Mrs. Pelosi, said she complained that you were in the pocket of Republicans at that time and suggested that you had a financial conflict of interest. So your point is you've received a lot of criticism from a lot of circles. Now go ahead.
That was not my point. That was your point. The issue at stake here is that our mission started in the 50s. I was 14 years old when the mission was stated. And that mission is that every American should have access to affordable health care and therefore health care security for life. The question becomes one of many. One is affordable. Right now, we're having conversations about Medicare as if Medicare is the problem. Medicare is a recipient of the expenses of many industries.
Look, I understand that, but so the question is?
Affordability, sir, I think is the answer.
And the Affordable Care Act doesn't satisfy you that is going to maintain affordability, and therefore you need to keep the option open to sell and be involved in these products in the future? Is that really it?
May I help with that?
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pasquale, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rand, you are a tax-exempt private corporation?
Private association, yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have a couple questions for you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to know whether or not we think, or you think, that there are specific laws that have been broken here with regard to this tax-exempt organization. Is that one of the reasons or the reason why we are having this hearing?
That's an improper parliamentary inquiry.
Oh, it is? My second question to you is this. What laws do you think have been broken? Since we look at policy, we're not looking at corporate policy here, we're looking at national policy. That's our responsibility.
I think the gentleman, again, that was outlined in the report that we have, that's why we're requesting the IRS to look into this and let them decide whether or not they properly should be paying taxes on the large amounts of money that they seem to be benefiting from legislation that was passed.
Mr. Pasquale, Mr. Chairman, if you would indulge me for a moment. As Chairman of the Oversight Committee, I think there are legitimate questions that call into question whether there's a violation of for-profit or nonprofit status. And I think there are legitimate questions about what's taxable income versus non-taxable income. These are legitimate
Have my time back, please? Can I have my time back?
Yes.
Thank you. Look, we're here to make national policy. We're certainly not here, none of us are saying this, I hope, to make AARP policy. If the majority actually looked at the broader question here that we're supposedly discussing today on taxes, and Section 501C4, that is a very specific part of the code, as you know, I think they would find it interesting that the 6th largest social welfare organization that has a 501c4 classification is a tax-exempt racetrack and casino which operates in Iowa, and it pulls in $2.2 billion a year. Can you blame us for asking questions about why now? It's hard for me. It's really hard for me, and I'm sure you will help me understand why a racetrack and a casino is more deserving of this classification than because that's what you're getting at. You're questioning the classification of AARP. You didn't do it 8 years ago, but you did it now. This classification that the AARP, very clear here, the majority believes the AARP is worth investigating more so than this racetrack. I find that hard to accept. I know for a fact that the AARP does great work. I've disagreed with some of your philosophies. So what? Mr. Rand, can you share with us how AARP directly helps Americans in all the districts of the country?
Yes, I will. Let me just give you some snippets. In the job category, we've helped 53 million job seekers through 2010 with career, 53,000. Again, we talked about Drive to End Hunger, but tax aid, we've helped 2.6 million file free tax returns. Support of schools, provided more than 20,000 youths with supplies in 43 states. The Walgreens bus, we have a tour that we completed, 2 million free health screenings, 359,000 people participated. ARP litigation represents tens of thousands of people at no fee in over 160 cases in 2010 alone. Again, we save utility in over 18 costs in over 18 states, saved $3 billion for the consumers in those states. We've defended and expanded services for home and community-based care.
Thank you, Mr. Rand, and you could go on. And I'm sure our great chairman would agree with all of those activities in the field. He would not want to end any of those activities because he knows they're helpful to the citizens which he represents and which I represent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your cooperation.
I thank you. And at this point, I request unanimous consent to enroll into the record a letter from AARP from the Chief Operating Officer, Tom Nelson, which states that less than $31 million out of the $650 million in AARP insurance revenue went to the AARP Foundation in 2008.
Mr. Chairman, reserving the right to object. Has that document been provided to the members of this committee?
This is a letter that is posted on the AARP website.
I understand that, and I certainly have no reason to disbelieve the chairman in what he's saying that the letter depicts. None of us have seen this, and you're asking it to be part of the official record of this hearing, and typically what happens is the chairman will make available to every member any document that's going to be part of the record, and like this report was never provided to members before it was given to the media, I just would want to make sure that members are provided with the information that will be part of this record.
I might mention that the minority has entered already 2 letters for unanimous consent that have been entered that have not been distributed.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate then the indulgence of the members who did not object. It's just that this hearing is proceeding in irregular fashion when it comes to this particular report, and so I'm just interested in making sure I know what's being put into the record as part of this hearing. I'm responsible to my constituents and anyone in America for what this committee does, and I don't want anyone to believe that I was engaging in any form of witch hunt, and so I'm interested in just knowing what's going to be part of the record of this particular hearing.
We
So I
can
reserve the right to
distribute that. Is the gentleman continuing to object?
Unless I can see that document that the chairman is saying he wishes to submit into the record, I will continue to reserve the right to object.
Gentleman continues right.
Mr. Chairman, and I've now been handed what I think is. Yeah, if I could just take a moment to take a look at the letter, Mr. Chairman, I would probably remove my reservation.
The gentleman removes his reservation?
If I could just take a moment to review the document. I will remove the reservation.
The gentleman's objections has been removed, so without objection, the letter will be submitted for the record. Now the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Price, Dr. Price, will be recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to commend the authors of this report because I think it brings into question what Mr. Pascrell talked about as a legitimate question as to whether or not the tax-exempt status of AARP is warranted, and I think that's a legitimate question. I want to open by simply saying that there are a lot of folks in my district who are members of AARP and a lot of folks who volunteer a lot of time and put their heart and soul into efforts to try to help seniors in our community, and I want to thank them for the work that they do, and I think that they are interested in making certain that the organization that they give so much volunteer time to is functioning in an appropriate and a legal manner. I do want to follow up on very briefly on the issue of the support for the Health Care Act, because I think that's part and parcel of the objection of the other side. And there was such a huge disconnect between seniors in my district about their lack of support for the Health Care Act and Medicare's or AARP's support for it. And I think that's what caused folks to scratch their head and say, well, what's going on here? Is AARP really, do they really have my seniors' best interests in heart, or do they have other reasons to act the way they do? And you mentioned, Mr. Rand, a number of things that you felt were appropriate in the health care bill, and that's why you supported it, because it ended pre-existing, allegedly, and the like. There are some things that we believe happened in that health care bill that seniors adamantly oppose. So you don't believe that seniors support the rationing of care, do you?
We don't support it, and I'm sure seniors don't support
Exactly.
it.
And we believe that's in the bill, and so there's that inconsistency. You don't believe that seniors want it more difficult for them to find a physician to care for them, do you?
They have been supportive of the doc fix. We have been supportive of the doc fix.
But I get seniors all the time in my district who say, I can't find a Medicare doctor. I can't find a Medicare doctor because of the rules that have been put in place, and many believe that that's going to increase. And I know that you don't support that. You don't support a decrease in innovation in the healthcare system, do you? Seniors don't, do they?
I don't think anyone supports
Exactly.
the lack of innovation.
Exactly.
I believe that there are some aspects of the legislation that is there to help innovation.
And absolutely, and there's a difference of opinion in there. So there's a difference of opinion among seniors, just like there's a difference of opinion among the regular population out there, which again is why so many of us scratched our head and said, well, what's AARP doing? There's a huge difference of opinion. In fact, the majority of seniors right now believe that the bill will in fact decrease their ability to get the kind of care that they desire. So that's kind of why we say what was going on. But I want to shift to this issue of tax-exempt status, because I think it's incredibly important. It is an appropriate question for this committee to ask, is it not, whether or not an entity as large as AARP out there is following the appropriate rules to maintain their tax-exempt status. Is that an appropriate function of this committee?
I believe the committee has wide powers, and if you want to do that, then that's appropriate.
Great. And I have here a number of questions that I understand that members of the staff of the folks that put together this report were unable to get from the AARP in spite of the suggestion by AARP that they're open and transparent and they want to share all information. So I wondered if I might be able to ask you if you would be able to supply these things for the committee's availability. How many millions of dollars does AARP receive from its Medigap insurance business? That ought to be something relatively simple, shouldn't it?
We will provide any of your asks that we have sole control over. There are some confidential contracts of which we can't make decisions about by ourselves.
Things like the added, and I appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing those. Things like the added benefits that AARP members received after the AARP insurance revenues increased significantly that members didn't receive in prior years. Those kinds of things we ought to be able to get that information on, should we not?
Well, we would need some clarification on that one, if you put that in writing so that we can clearly understand that particular request.
Well, and I appreciate that. And what we will do is submit these questions to you, and in an effort to try to be transparent and open and to provide the public with the greatest amount of information, look forward to those responses or why they can't be answered. And I thank you for coming.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Rangel, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent that this document called Behind the Veil, the AARP America Doesn't Know, be placed into the record. I cherish the privileges that we have on congressional.
Reserve the right to object.
The right to object's been recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the report that my colleague and friend Mr. Rangel's asking be put into the record, has this been peer-reviewed by anyone? Any organizations?
This is Mr. Rangel's request.
I understand, but it's your report. Has this been peer-reviewed, or is this?
This report has been, we requested it, it's been prepared, and it's been submitted.
But has it been peer-reviewed? That's my only question.
Well, it's before all of you right now, not any more than other reports are.
Mr. Chairman, might I add that the report has 246 footnotes documenting thoroughly everything in the report.
Mr. Chairman, there must
43.
be a good reason why you two don't want us to know who prepared it and who paid for it and why it's not official. I just want to protect the privileges of members of Congress, not to be challenged when they want to put things into the record. I truly believe that we have a responsibility to protect that record and to know what we are, by unanimous consent, putting into the record. And so I'm asking unanimous consent, notwithstanding the many unanswered questions, that it be placed into the record, and then we can proceed to make certain that my motion is not abused by other people who just want to stop people from expressing themselves. So I ask that it be placed in the record by unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my right to reserve on Mr. Rangel's motion to place this unpeer-reviewed report into the record.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. Chairman, reserving the right to object.
This is not taken out of my 5 minutes, I hope.
Your 5 minutes is ticking away, yes.
This is a procedural matter. It has nothing to do with the time that I'm
Reserving the right to object, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves the right to object.
Mr. Chairman, I will, again, raise the concern that I have that this report, this document, indicates that it's a report prepared by individual representatives. And
Okay, the gentleman, this report.
Chairman, I'd like to
was
explain my
prepared-
reservation.
This gentleman, this will not be, we aren't subjecting it to the record now. There is objection. We want to move on with this hearing.
No, Mr. Chairman, I may lift my reservation. Mr. Chairman, I may lift my reservation. I'm not saying I'm objecting. I'm saying I'm reserving the right to object, and I believe I have an opportunity to explain my reservation, and to see if I get the question I have answered, to see if I will remove my reservation.
Gentleman from Louisiana, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I have the floor. I've made a reservation to the unanimous consent request.
This is Mr.
I believe it's
Rangel's
Mangel-
time
Mr.
was
The unanimous consent has
ticking
not been
away.
removed or withdrawn, and I have a reservation on that unanimous consent request.
It's Mr. Rangel's time, but
No, it's not. It's my time because.
okay,
he
well,
made it-
with the
he
gentleman,
made-
I'll answer his a question.
I will yield.
This report was prepared by the two members listed on the cover.
Does that mean that the two
Using
members,
Hi-
Mr. Chairman, does that mean
Using
that the two
Hill's-
members used their staff?
Hill staff.
Hill staff, no Ways and Means Committee staff?
Hill staff were used
Ways and
with
Means
an
Committee staff?
IRS consultant,
I understand, Mr. Chairman. Is it Ways and Means Committee staff that were used to prepare this report?
and Chairman Levin approved it. Chairman Levin was in the loop, and he approved
The use of committee
use.
staff?
Yes. And the IRS detailee. Does the gentleman withdraw?
the chairman is representing that Ways and Means Committee staff helped prepare this report, and that the use of the committee staff was approved by then Chairman Levin?
Yes. Yes, that's the case.
Okay, I'm being told that that is not accurate.
That is accurate.
Okay, my understanding is that Chairman Levin, when Mr. Levin was chairman, approved the detailee from the IRS.
The gentleman's time has expired from New York. The gentlelady from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, there is a unanimous consent request on the floor.
And I want to thank Mr.
Parliamentary
The gentleman, the gentlelady from
Thank you,
Kansas.
I
was
said
jumping-
parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman. Let's get a book or something.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Now, under what provision is the chair denying me an opportunity to question the witness? Now, I made a motion here that had nothing to do with asking the witnesses any questions. And if you're telling me now that because I made a procedural motion, that I, as a member of the committee, would
The
be...
gentleman we'll start over again with 5 minutes to the gentleman from New
Thank
York.
you so much for your consideration. Now, Mr. Rand, since I don't know where this report came from, could you tell me where you think it came from?
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized for a parliamentary.
I hope this doesn't come out of my 5 minutes.
Okay, the clock will be stopped.
Mr. Chairman, there was a unanimous consent request that was proffered by the chairman from New York. As far as I know, that request has not been disposed of.
That's correct.
And I don't see how we can proceed forward with regular order until we dispose of this procedural request for unanimous consent. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, I would ask for regular order to be restored and observed, and let us dispose of this unanimous consent request.
Would the gentleman like a vote on that? Is there objection?
My question had not been answered. Chairman Bustani tried to answer the question, but the information I'm receiving on this side of the aisle is that Chairman Levin, when he was chairman of this committee, did not approve of committee staff being used to prepare this report, that he approved the use of a detailee from the IRS. And so I'm just trying to find out, Mr. Chairman, a very simple, and I get an answer to a very simple question. Was committee staff used to prepare this report?
The answer is yes. Our committee staff did work to prepare this report.
Okay, and given that this report was never provided to members of this committee for a report where committee staff helped prepare it,
It's not a committee report.
the committee staff
It's a
and
member
resources are
report.
used. Mr. Chairman, well, you may call it a member report, but when committee resources are used, it is members of this committee who have an opportunity and a right to review these reports before they're submitted for broadcast and publication and use by the media, I would hope. Otherwise, how are we to be prepared to question witnesses on a report that we're hearing rumor and speculation on from all over the place? So if the case is that this is a report that is being requested to be included in the record, and it was prepared by committee staff, unbeknownst to members of this committee, for it to be considered into the record as any kind of official document, I would object to that. If the chairman wishes to portray this report as a report by two individual members, who I believe may have misused committee resources to prepare
That is
this
what
report.
it is.
Okay, so if it was two members of this committee who misused committee resources to prepare this report, on that basis, I
Along
will
with
remove
former
my
Congress
reservation.
lady Jenny Brownwaite.
So those individual members used, without authorization, committee staff resources, with the approval, I assume, of the ranking Republican at the time, resources of this committee to prepare a report which members of this committee did not have an opportunity to review. With that understanding, I will remove my reservation and allow this report, which is not an official report and prepared under the normal course that this committee is accustomed to preparing reports, to be allowed into the record.
Okay, with the objection being removed, we again recognize the gentleman from New York.
Would you indicate that my
I have 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
No, I was saying that you never
Yeah.
did say that permission is granted to put it in
That,
record.
that permission is granted.
Good, okay. Now, Mr. Rand, did you have an opportunity to see this report, the AARP America Doesn't Know?
I saw the report, the staff went through it, and that's the reason why we
Okay.
object
Do
to
you
the
know,
conclusions.
did anyone ask you questions in connection with the preparation of this report?
From the committee?
No, from the authors of the, I have no idea why the committee would be asking you questions. Did the author, do you know who prepared this, other than what you've heard this morning? Do you know who prepared it?
That was my understanding as you were going through the conversation and reiterated that there were two.
Did anyone
people.
represent the authors of this committee?
No.
Make any inquiries of you?
No, the answer is no.
So, as far as you know, this could have been prepared by a private outside organization that would want to discredit your organization as relates to your position on the Affordable Care Act. Is there anything I'm saying that's inconsistent with that?
We really aren't in a position to speculate on.
Well, let
but
me
it
try
could have been.
this. Is there anything in this report that would indicate that the United States Congress was involved in investigating this, or did anyone hold themselves out to be staff of the United States Congress in making this report?
No, it's simply went through the names that you've identified.
And so you saw two members' names, but they were not identified as members of this committee. As a matter of fact, with the exception of the word reps, they were not identified as members of the United States Congress. Were they?
The answer is no, not in the report, so we don't.
Not in the report, not in the cover of the report. Do you have counsel that's hired normally when accusations are being made against your organization to be able? How could you possibly defend it if you don't even know who made them?
We do have counsel in that normal procedure.
Well, I hope you make some inquiries as to why would anyone put out a report and not identify who they are as to where they come from, because Rep. Wally Gerger and Rep. David Recart could be rep from the various states that have what? Reps. But there's nothing on this report that indicate that the Congress is involved in the inquiry. That certainly is not complimentary to the work that your organization has been doing for half a century. Is that correct?
It certainly isn't complimentary. That's absolutely.
Well, I hope your counsel will share with me, since it's impossible for me to get any information. It will be in the record. I hope that they would find out exactly what was the motivation behind the report. Because if the motivation is just to refer you to the IRS, anyone can do that without a report. And I would hope that they would ask the questions that I can't get answers for as to what was the resources that were used in order to prepare the report, why there's no identification with the United States government, the United States Congress, the Ways and Means Committee, the Subcommittee of Oversight, and the Subcommittee on Health. And the reason I want it in the record is so that it doesn't disappear. I want this in the record. I want you to be able to use this in the record, and I want to make certain that the ability that we have to put whatever we think is helpful to an inquiry, helpful to a hearing, that no member be denied for partisan reasons the opportunity to put it in. So, Mr. Chairman, let me thank you for this opportunity. I yield the balance of my time, and I thank you for your answers, and I look forward to working with you to see that America continues to receive the best possible health care that we can provide.
Thank you, sir.
The gentleman yields back, and again, this is the report. It says right on the report, investigative report prepared by Representative Wally Herger, R of California, and Dave Reichert, R of Washington. Inside, it mentions recognition of former Representative Ginny Brownwaite, who represents the 5th District of Florida, and throughout, it indicates congressional inquiry. So I think it's very clear. I think it's important that we not have this as diverting our attention from what the purpose, the very real purpose of this hearing
Where are you
is.
reading,
With
Mr.
that,
Chairman? I get the document that has been distributed.
With that, the gentlelady from Kansas, Ms. Jenkins, is recognized for 5 minutes.
This is Congress?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to answer our questions. As Representative Roscom noted earlier, Representative Nancy Pelosi, the Democrat Minority Leader, is on record as having complained that AARP is in the pocket of Republicans, and she suggested that because you sell insurance to your members, there is a conflict of interest. I am just curious if you believe Leader Pelosi is wrong. And in the interest of time, with the bells ringing, just a simple yes or no. Mr. Rand.
Yes, we don't believe anybody who says that we're in the pockets of anybody.
So Leader
We're here for
Pelosi
50
is wrong. Okay. Representative Pete Stark, a Democrat from California, is quoted as saying AARP members know they are being sold out by an organization that is happily using member dues and Medigap premiums to promote a Medicare bill that does more harm than good. Do you agree with Representative Stark?
We do not.
Representative Rangel from New York is quoted as saying AARP has forgotten where they come from because once you get into business of making money with the devil, you forget your mission. Is Representative Rangel wrong?
We have not forgotten our mission.
Representative John Larson, a Democrat from Connecticut, is quoted as saying, why does the national AARP leadership support a bill that meets almost none of their clearly stated needs and conditions? Is Representative Larson right to question this logic?
We have said in testimony that there were a number of items.
Just yes or no?
The answer is...
Is he right in questioning this?
I don't believe he's right in questioning it.
Okay, former Representative Rahm Emanuel, a Democrat from Illinois, is quoted as saying AARP's latest step forward into the insurance realm gives him some pause. When their principles about Medicare drug prices and reimportation run into their business practices, which goes? Business practices or principles? I'd just like you to answer Rahm's question, which goes? Business practices or principles?
We're first with principles and policy.
And finally, 85 Democrat members of Congress, led by Representative Lynn Woolsey from California, signed a letter to AARP CEO resigning their membership or stating that they would not be joining the group in the future. The letter stated that the AARP's, this is a quote, AARP's misguided decision to embrace this legislation and sacrifice the future of Medicare must go unchallenged. I'm curious if you know of any of those 85 members were true to their word and have continued to boycott AARP.
I do not know. We have always
Could you
been for
find
the
out for
solvency.
us? I think
If it's
the point.
possible, we will.
Thank you. The point I'd like to make is I think we've run across something that Democrats and Republicans in Washington can agree on. And perhaps that is that the AARP leadership doesn't necessarily protect the best interest of the American senior citizens that they pledge to represent. So I'd simply beg of you, as representing the leadership of AARP, please don't mislead our seniors who sent all of us, Democrats and Republicans alike, to this body to represent them. Please don't use them as pawns to line your pockets on their backs. With that, I yield back.
Can I comment?
The gentlelady
Mr. Chairman,
yields back.
can I comment?
Gentleladies yield back. I think it's very important that we not allow the purpose of this hearing to be taken in a different direction. The seniors of this nation deserve the right to know how money is being spent and whether it's being spent in their best interest. With that, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I actually agree with that notion about the senior citizens. I would first of all like to thank AARP because I've not always agreed on some issues, but I respect the work that is done. The folks back home provide lots of energy and activity. I, for one, am sorry that you're subjected to something of this nature because I truly think reading through a 25-and-a-half-page pamphlet with 243 footnotes to try and dress it up to make it look official and authoritative and scholarly misses the mark. I find it fascinating on page 17. You are taken to task because somehow you are undermining your long-term business interests because you have underwriting standards that are more flexible and speak to the needs of people who are 50 to 64 that cost potentially some money. And you're taken to task for that. Well, you supported the Affordable Care Act, which now requires every American to have these protections, which you undertook at perhaps some financial disadvantage to your model because you thought it was the right thing. I remember that when some members of Congress who used to support helping seniors with end-of-life care, when the big lie about death panels and they retreated, AARP was part of 400 individuals and groups that came forward to tell the truth. Now, just because somebody, like my friend from Georgia, thinks something is in the bill, doesn't put it in the bill. And I appreciate your zeroing in. This report takes you to task because AARP had the audacity to support the Children's Health Program expansion, assuming you did that only for some sort of convoluted financial benefit, ignoring the fact that your members have children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and we all want intergenerational cooperation. Mr. Chairman, I've read it. I think it's a little bit goofy, with all due respect. The notion somehow that they focus on Medicare Advantage that is rocky and is a draconian cut. Medicare Advantage means that 75% of your members who are senior citizens in fee-for-service pay $90 a year more. So maybe trying to reform Medicare Advantage speaks to the 75% of your members and 75% of America's seniors who are paying more because a system got out of hand.
You have expressed our rationale.
I just think that I'm glad it's in the record. I hope people look at it. Witch hunt is such a nasty term. I look forward to bringing before us people who have really crossed the line. People have commingled funds and pushed the limits or crossed over them in terms of IRS regulations. But I think any fair reading is that your work on pre-existing conditions, children's health, end of life, Medicare reform, speaks to what we need to be doing as a country and as a Congress. Sadly, this morning's exercise moves us no further along towards the implementation, but the things that you came out for back in the day used to be bipartisan supported. And someday they will again. I appreciate your efforts. Again, I apologize for being a part of this, but I do hope people analyze this and understand that it's no indictment of AARP. It does say something about this committee's operation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I think it's important to note that AARP in its written and oral testimony did not refute any specific conclusions or findings in this report. Neither ranking member refuted any specific conclusions or findings in this report in their opening statements. So all of this talk about which congressional staffer was involved with the report or who the committee will investigate next is simply a stunt to draw attention away from the findings of the report, specifically that AARP stands to gain an additional $1 billion over the next 10 years as a result of the Democrats' health care law. With that, I yield 5 minutes.
Chairman, will you yield?
With that, I yield 5 minutes to the
hearing
lady.
itself is a stunt.
I yield 5 minutes to the lady from Tennessee, Ms. Black, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by saying how disappointed I am that this has been turned into what people say is a witch hunt. It is the role and responsibility of the subcommittee when there are things that seem to be outside of what should be happening that we should investigate. It is the role and responsibility, and I would hope that the members on the other side of the aisle that have concerns about other organizations that may not be operating or may have questions, that they bring that before this committee. And so my question I want to turn to you just comes from my personal experience prior to coming here to Congress. And I was an executive director of a 501c3, a healthcare foundation. And we were very careful because we were providing funds for the hospital, for which we were the foundation, about commingling our members of our boards. And one of the things that concerned me as I read this report was the fact that your AARP, Inc., the 501c4 tax-exempt social welfare organization, is run by 22 board members, but you also have 7 board members from your for-profit. And all 7 of those board members also serve on your other board. And so I am concerned about the commingling of board members from your for-profit, from your not-for-profit. And if you could speak a little bit about that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd be glad to, Ms. Black, if I could. I'm not sure what for-profit you're talking about with 7 members. Are you talking about the grantor trust, the insurance trust?
Now, you have, explain to me how many different boards you have then.
Thank you. I appreciate that question because it needs to be clarified. There are basically 3 different boards that are involved in the AARP organization. One is the parent board, which is the AARP board.
And is that the 22 members?
That's the 22-member board.
Okay.
It's 22 during this body.
Okay.
There is another board, which is the board for ASI, our taxpaying affiliate, which has on it 2 AARP board members.
Okay.
There is a third board, which is the AARP Foundation Board, which has 4 board members on it. There are 7 total, but 4 board members, AARP board members, are on the Foundation Board. The purpose of those interlocking boards, the purpose of having the AARP board members on those interlocking boards is to make sure that the mission of AARP is the first priority of each of the boards, and that everything that goes through those boards is in concert with our AARP policy and our mission.
So which of those boards sets your rates, the premium rates?
The premium rates are set by the state insurance.
You have a contract with United. Who oversees those contracts? Which one of those boards oversees those contracts?
The contracts are not overseen by the board, they're overseen by ASI. which is our for-profit.
Your for-profit.
Yeah,
So
they
you do
manage
have,
and oversee the contract.
you do have members from your for-profit on your not-for-profit, correct? You said you had 2 board members?
We have 2 board members from AARP.
Which is
who are
a
members-
nonprofit.
Which is the
Your
not-for-profit.
nonprofit arm.
On the 7-member board of the ASI.
And so with these 3 different boards, are they all in the same office?
No.
No, so they have 3 different offices.
They have 3 different offices.
With
They meet
3
at 3
different
different
managers.
times.
None
I'm
of the
sorry?
with 3 different managers, so 3 different managers or managers.
There's a president of the foundation, there's a president of ASI.
But as far as your managers go, your administrative staff, so they're all 3 separate administrative
They
staffs?
have separate, where if in a few occasions where they may be commingled, their time is set. But there are only a few of those occasions. Most of the work is done by the staffs of those individual entities.
And then, Mr. Rand, are you the CEO of over all 3 of these entities?
No, the boards, they report to their separate boards. I'm the CEO of AARP,
Of ARP,
the C4.
the C4,
Yes,
the nonprofit C4.
yes, that's correct.
Do you sit as an ex officio on any of these other boards?
I sit on the board of ASI as a non-voting member.
Okay. I am concerned about the intermingling of these board members and veto power and the decisions that are being made by each one of these groups and these members being commingled. I am concerned about that, and I will be interested to see, once IRS looks at the way in which you manage your organization by the commingling of these, what they have to say, because I know how sensitive of a situation that was as I served as the executive director of a nonprofit and the for-profit.
The
So thank you.
gentlelady's time has expired. With that, we have a series of votes, so we will recess and reconvene immediately after the votes, and we'll continue with this panel. I apologize, that'll probably be about an hour, but I appreciate your indulgence. With that, we're recessed.
We need to get on the record. They said a couple of things. One is that we don't disagree with the conclusion. We need to get on the record. Oh, yeah. That we
Pardon?
Who are you going to as the first member to recognize?
Over here.
Okay, you know who to go to?
Yes.
Are we down
Was it
to?
Becerra? It was
Becerra, okay.
But he's going to recognize me first.
The committee reconvenes. I'd like to first recognize the chairman of the committee, Mr. Bustani, for a quick comment.
Thank you, Chairman Herger. I want to make clear a previous comment I made about Mr. Levin's approval of the IRS detailee that I spoke of earlier in our discussion. And I want to be really clear about this so there's no confusion here about what here that when Mr. Levin requested from IRS Commissioner Shulman an IRS detailee be assigned to the Republican staff of the committee, the detailee would be looking into, and I quote from Mr. Levin's letter, I quote, "in areas related to tax-exempt organizations and other matters of interest to the Ways and Means Committee," end quote. Mr. Levin was not aware of that the detailee would be working on the investigation specifically of AARP. I just want to offer that clarification. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Becerra, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman, thank you very much for yielding the time, and I thank Chairman Bustani for the clarification, which I think simply leads to more confusion, because the reality is here that we're looking at a document that was prepared without, I think, the knowledge of most every member on this committee. It appears to be a document that was prepared without the committee staff full participation. It certainly nowhere in the document indicates that this is an official report, certainly not official investigative report by the Ways and Means Committee. And in my 12-plus years of being on this committee, this is the first time I've seen us conduct business this particular way. We're a week away from a government shutdown where this House has been unable to reconcile its differences with the President, and there are members on the other side of the aisle who are talking about the need to shut the government in order to make the case. We're watching as this discussion about a budget has become more an issue about a social agenda that some members believe should be attached to a fiscal bill. And I would think that most people watching this would wonder, with us just a week away from seeing this government shut down and the services that would be provided to all the seniors that might be interested in this hearing in jeopardy as a result of a government shutdown, that they'd probably look at this and wonder, is this the way that those who took control of the House of Representatives intend to govern? I don't believe this is any way to run the largest economy in the world or the smallest business on Main Street. And so I hope that we get down to the real business, which I thought, and I remember on both sides of the aisle, people campaigned back in November talking about job creation. Jobs, jobs, jobs. I don't know how having this hearing today, where we have requested Mr. Rand and Mr. Hammond to come testify, does anything to help create jobs. And to some degree, maybe it's better that if this is the way the House of Representatives is going to operate, that this is all we do, because fortunately, with the work that had been done in the last 2 years with the President, this Congress was able to get this economy getting back on track. We just heard this morning that the economy was able to generate another 250,000 new jobs. In the last 2 months, 450,000 jobs created in the private sector. But then again, when you recognize that in January of 2009, when new President Barack Obama was handed the keys by outgoing President George Bush, we hemorrhaged 780,000 jobs. You see the type of work that we have in front of us. So in this committee, which is perhaps the most important committee in the House to help the private sector stimulate that job growth that we need to see, we find ourselves essentially engaged in a discreet, aggressive attack on an organization that represents and has for many decades perhaps the population in America which deserves the most respect, those who made it possible for us to be here. And so I guess this is the business of the day, and so we will conduct the business of today. I do hope, and Chairman Bustani has said this, so I applaud him for having said this, that we will continue to do oversight, because whether Mr. Rand or Mr. Hammond, it's AARP or any other organization that wishes to get favorable treatment from the taxpayers of this country, we have an obligation to do oversight to make sure that no one abuses of the opportunity to be treated differently in the tax code than any other American who is paying his or her full share of taxes. And so I think it would have been wholly appropriate to have AARP or any other nonprofit come before this committee and explain itself if we legitimately thought there was something going on. And so I hope, Mr. Chairman, I hope that we will conduct true oversight, because I can tell you about any number of organizations that have swindled the American public out of precious contributions and done very few things that are good for this country. Perhaps the biggest concern I have is that, it's actually kind of funny, today as I realized as I was walking back, today is April 1st, April Fool's Day, and if it weren't for the fact that we've been at this for over 4 hours, it would be a joke. But this is not a joke, and my sense is it's not a joke, because I suspect what we're trying to do here, what some are trying to do here through these hearings, is perhaps silence voices instead of have full participation in this process. And so I hope, Mr. Chairman, this is not an effort to try to silence voices of people who represent seniors in America, because my understanding is that with regard to Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, there are efforts underway to cut the benefits for seniors in America, and I hope that this House is willing to do the hearings that it takes to show the American people that we're working for them, not against them. So I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Kind is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the gentleman for your presence here today. It has been a long time, and your patience is appreciated. And to echo what my colleague from California said, you know, that you may think that this would be some type of cruel April Fool's joke, howling you before a congressional committee, but it really isn't. I mean, whenever you're subjected to a prosecutorial inquiry before a United States Congress committee, it's a serious matter. And I think it's unfortunate, because I don't want to ascribe any motives on the other side, but on its surface at least, this appears to be a form of selective retribution or political retribution here. There are many other organizations and individuals who could be sitting up there right now answering the same type of questions and inquiries that you have been subjected to over the last few hours, but they're not. And I think that's unfortunate, because if there's anything that ultimately works for the tax code, it's the feeling that it is being applied and addressed fairly to everyone in this country and not being used as some type of political weapon. And we can go through a litany of organizations that are collecting royalties, licensing fees that are tax exempt under the code, from television stations to universities to the Chamber of Commerce, the NFIB, to the Association of Health Insurance Plans, and on and on and on, that the same questions could be directed to here. And on the surface, it just smacks of political retribution. And everyone on this committee, I'm sure, has not been in complete agreement with AARP and where they've come down on policy issues. I wasn't with you in 2004 when you were supporting the Medicare Modernization Act, which also created the new prescription drug benefit plan for seniors. And the main reason I wasn't is because it was the largest expansion of entitlement spending since Medicare was created in 1965, and not a nickel of it was paid for. It all went to deficit financing. And there was language in it that prohibited the price negotiation with drug companies in that bill. Significant policy differences. And yet, Republicans, when they were in control of the Congress then, that was a bill that they had offered, you had supported it, they were not coming back the next week or the next month subjecting you to these type of questions. It was only after you had the audacity to support the Affordable Care Act that they want to haul you before here and start questioning about your royalty payments. When again, a list of organizations could very well be subjected to the same line of inquiry. In fact, today, Mr. Chairman, our former representative, our colleague Billy Tozen, wrote an article for The Political, a Capitol Hill publication here, titled, "Don't Play Politics with AARP." And in that article, I'd like to just quote one paragraph that he wrote, and I quote, "The fact is that the organization, AARP, gets significant revenue from licensing its name to others and selling products. But that isn't unusual. Many nonprofit health insurers like Care First, member organizations like NRA, trade associations like the American Bankers Association, And human service activities like the Red Cross get significant revenue from product sales or name licensing. That's the point that I was just making. And Mr. Rand, maybe you could inform the committee, how many dues-paying members does AARP have today? About 37 million, just shy of 40 million. And yet it's my understanding that AARP does not spend a nickel directly advocating the election or the defeat of any candidate running for office in the United States. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we don't have a PAC.
And you don't have a PAC. So you're not contributing any campaign funds to any person, Republican, Democrat, or otherwise, running for office.
That's correct. Nonpartisan and bipartisan.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but the 60 Plus Association that views themselves as the conservative alternative to AARP, do you know how many dues-paying members the 60 Plus Association has?
I don't know, not many.
Well, let me answer that for you. None. Zero. They take all their contributions from wealthy interests out there that don't have to be disclosed. They turn around and run negative attack political ads against candidates throughout the country, and they are a tax-exempt organization. And it's not surprising that we don't find them sitting next to you here today either, because they basically went on the attack against Democratic candidates in the last election cycle. But let me also ask you that, let me get to the crucial question here. I think AARP supported the Affordable Care Act, and we want to know why today. Was it because there was a direct financial benefit for you of what was in this legislation that was passed, or was it based on substantive or policy reasons of why you supported the Affordable Care Act?
It had nothing to do with revenues. It was 100% focused on our mission and what our seniors and 50-plus populations were saying that they needed for the American dream.
Yeah, and what more specifically that you found in the Affordable Care Act that made sense for your members to come out in support of that?
We talked about no pre-existing conditions, which is what they wanted, what we advocated for. The stopping of age discrimination through age rating, which they said as we get older, we have less money.
I want to thank our witnesses, you, Mr. Rand, Mr. Hammond, for participating in today's hearing. And with that, that'll conclude our first panel, and I'd like to call up our second panel.
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would like to raise a question of committee procedure. Mr. Chairman, according to the hearing advisory release, March 25th, any organization has until April 15th, 2011, to submit written comments as long as they follow the process set forth in the advisory. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that applies to any organization. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, Mr. Chairman, will that also apply to our witness before us today, AARP?
Now, our witness today have had an opportunity to submit their testimony for this committee, so they've already had that opportunity.
Well,
Can I respond to that, Mr. Chairman?
Well, again, AARP has had their opportunity to submit their testimony and submit for the record, so that's already been
well, Mr. Chairman,
extended to them.
It's my understanding that the report is 26 pages long with 243 footnotes and was only released on Wednesday. This was not sufficient time for AARP to review and develop written comments. We should have the benefit of a full record. That's the point, to get to your question and all of our questions answered?
I'd mentioned to the gentleman that we met with AARP 2 weeks ago and went over this report with them. So they've had 2 weeks to be able to submit to us their report. Again, we'd like to move on to our second panel.
Can I just correct that? We went over 4 pages, Mr. Chairman.
Reserve the right to object. I object. The witnesses have provided testimony.
Mr. Chairman, could I refer to the advisory, a direct quote from the advisory? A person or any organization wishing to submit for the hearing record must follow the appropriate link of the hearing page of the committee website and complete the informational form from the committee homepage.
That's for testimony from non-witnesses.
Just a quote from our advisory. In view of the limited time available to hear it from witnesses, oral testimony at this hearing will be from the invited witnesses only. However, any individual or organization not scheduled for an oral appearance may submit a written statement for consideration by the committee and for inclusion in the printed record of hearing. A list of invited witnesses will follow. The chairman, again, would like to thank our witnesses. We'd like to move on to our next panel. I want to thank you for your patience and waiting over for the hour plus that you did. And I'd like to call up our next panel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
That's right, exactly, that's right.
I'd like to introduce the second panel's witnesses. Mr. William Josephson is a nationally recognized expert on tax-exempt and nonprofit organizations. He is currently of counsel at Fried, Frank, Harris, Shriver, and Jacobson, LLP, New York. He joined the firm in 1966, became a partner in 1967, and retired in 1999. He was appointed Assistant Attorney General in charge of the New York State Law Department's Charities Bureau in 1999. He served in this capacity for 5 years under then Attorney General Elliot Spitzer. Mr. Josephson's opinions on nonprofit issues are frequently reported in the New York Times, Washington Post, Chronicle of Philanthropy, and other newspapers. I'd also like to recognize Ms. Frances Hill, Professor of Law, University of Miami, School of Law, Coral Gables, Florida. Ms. Hill has a PhD in government from Harvard University, where she majored in political theory and comparative politics, and a JD from the Yale Law School. Professor Hill teaches courses in taxation, including corporate tax, bankruptcy tax, and the taxation of exempt organizations, unconstitutional law, and election law. Her current scholarship focuses on bankruptcy tax and constitutional issues and election law. You will have 5 minutes to present your testimony. Your entire written statement will be made a part of the record. Mr. Josephson, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very happy to be here today. I want to make it clear that I am not a healthcare person. What I have done is looked at the report in question, the investigative report in question, as if it had been a complaint that had been filed with my office, whether at a time when I was counsel to the Peace Corps or other government agencies, or when I was the head of the Charities Bureau, from the point of view of whether or not the contents of the report would, in my judgment, warrant further inquiry or further investigation. And my answer to that question is yes. What I would have done if this had been a complaint filed with me is I would have solicited the cooperation of the organization, ask it to make available information, much of which would be similar to the information the committee staff has already asked for, but I would go much deeper, actually, than the committee staff has asked. And if I did not receive that kind of cooperation, I would, regrettably, use my subpoena power to acquire it. Why? Because the totality of information contained in the report raises a question into my mind as to whether or not this organization is truly a nonprofit or, in fact, is a business. And in that connection, there are many areas that I would particularly examine. I would try to understand the complexity of the organizational structure. I would examine the extent to which its board and officers, in fact, exercise their fiduciary responsibilities of due diligence, of prudence, of candor. The same would be true for the fiduciaries of each of the 8 affiliates of AARP. I would look at AARP's expenditures, especially those for its exempt purposes, as a percentage of its total expenditures. I would ask how much AARP actually spends, not just at the federal level, but also at the state and local levels on lobbying. I would try to find out the adequacy of AARP's internal controls, its documentation retention policies, its whistleblower protection policies, the scope of its external audit function, and any management letters AARP has received from its auditors. AARP classifies much of its income, as the committee knows, as royalties. When the Congress exempted royalty income from the unrelated business income tax, it did not define royalty. I think that was a grievous error. Consequently, the IRS and the courts have struggled to apply the concept of royalty to various kinds of nonprofit income to determine whether or not, in fact, it was a royalty, which I understand traditionally to be a percentage of gross income that goes up or down depending on how successful the product to which it attached is, or whether or not, in fact, as the report may suggest, I emphasize may suggest, the amounts characterized by AARP as royalty really are closer to insurance commissions, which I believe would be subject to unrelated business income tax. This is a factual inquiry that is not necessarily resolved by questions of law. This is an issue, actually, in which I agree 100% with Professor Hill's statement, and she is, in fact, a highly respected colleague of mine in the not-for-profit tax area, where she, too, talks in her statement about the uncertainties that involve the application of royalty to various situations. AARP's compensation and benefits are issues, including to what extent all of its fiduciaries, officers, managers receive compensation from multiple sources. Unfortunately, in conclusion, I would like to say that the resources that the IRS has available to itself with respect to the oversight of tax-exempt organizations are completely inadequate. I can cite 2 examples that the committee should be familiar with. The Pension Protection Act of 2006 asked the IRS to produce within a year a study of supporting organizations. That
If you
study
could
has never been
conclude your testimony, and the rest of it will be submitted for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Josephson. Ms. Hill, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Lewis. I'm a tax lawyer, and as a tax lawyer, we live in a world of uncertainty at every turn. Corporate tax, consolidated returns, tax turns on the facts and circumstances of each particular case, and that phrase resonates through all the regulations and all the guidance we have. What I was asked to do today is to talk about 501c4 organizations from the perspective of a student of exempt organizations, and that's what I propose to do. I want to note a couple of developments. The exempt sector as a whole, all types of exempt organizations, 501c3 public charities, 501c6 business leagues, all have grown enormously over time since the 1950s. They've grown in size, they've grown in scale, they've grown in scope. They all conduct now a broad range of activities that perhaps was not contemplated fully when the law was written. On the other hand, this is part of the dynamic vibrancy of the sector. Certainly, exempt organizations have become complex structures of multiple types of exempt entities, taxable entities, joint ventures, 527 political organizations of at least 2 types. But no one has thought that this was a necessarily alarming thing. Schedule R of the new Form 990 is going to teach us all a very great deal about complex structures because it is going to allow for the orderly reporting of information that has never been available to scholars like me or indeed to many policymakers. The central issue in complex structures is not whether they're big or not. Some of them are really, really big. I come from the world of universities, and we're very big. Most universities are, in fact, bigger than mine. Harvard University or Yale University are enormous. They have many resources, and certainly Harvard has some 100 affiliated entities in the larger Harvard structure. Hospitals tend to be very large and also to have multiple structures. Schedule R recognizes this modern development and the need for information about them. I just want to say a few things about the complex structures. Overlapping boards are not themselves a problem. They don't lead to the attribution of one entity's activities to other entities. Sharing of staff, if it's properly documented and paid for, is not a problem. The problem is if one organization controls the daily operation of another. I want to talk a bit about royalty income. Yes, there's uncertainty about what is a royalty, but generally we know what a royalty is. It is a payment pursuant to the licensing of a right in generally intangible property for a defined use. And the IRS and the courts have, for UBIT purposes, the unrelated business income tax, focused on the issue. Is it this kind of payment for the use of this right in intangible property, or is it for the provision of services? If it's for the provision of services, it's taxable. And there have been a variety of cases, but not a divided line or 2 lines of cases, cases that reach different results about the facts and circumstances. 501c4 organizations also engage in a great deal of lobbying, and this has become so pervasive that the IRS over time decided lobbying was in fact an exempt purpose of 501c4 organizations. This is, I regret to note, I think an unfortunate but long-term development. We have now seen organizations that are heavily engaged in pursuing their rights under Citizens United under the First Amendment as interpreted by our Supreme Court to make independent expenditures from their general treasury funds. They can show that they satisfy 501c4 solely by showing that their lobbying activities exceed their independent expenditures. It is possible that this new form that's emerging may simply be a tax-exempt lobby shop with this defined First Amendment right, and I am not referring to specific organizations, I am referring to the possibility of the new legal form. I have written in my testimony a discussion, brief, but a longer one in the book that I have done on tax-exempt organizations on Section 4958, which the IRS has spent a great deal of time and resources learning to administer.
Your time has expired. Could you maybe conclude quickly and submit for the record your
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll wrap this up.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Josephson, I want to thank you for your testimony and for sharing your expertise with us. One of the many facts I find troubling in the report released by the committee is the overlap between the boards of AARP's for-profit and not-for-profit affiliates. Do you think that it's appropriate for 7 members of AARP Inc.'s board of directors, a 501c4 that establishes AARP's advocacy positions, to also comprise the entire board of AARP's for-profit side, the AARP insurance plan, a grantor trust that processed $6.8 billion in insurance premiums in 2009?
Interlocking directors always raise concerns about the duties of loyalty, diligence, because there are inherent conflicts of interest. As I said in my statement, were I in charge of an investigation of this organization, I would look very carefully at the composition of each of its board and officers. I would look at the minutes of their meetings. I would try to determine how frequently they are attended.
Mr. Joseph, could you move the microphone a little closer, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Is that better?
That is.
I would try to determine how frequently the committee meets, who sets the agenda, is there independent leadership to the board and committee meetings. There are a whole host of good governance issues that are equally applicable to for-profit and non-profit organizations that cry out for inquiry in this complex situation.
Do you think it's appropriate for an additional 2 AARP Inc.'s board of director members to serve on the for-profit AARP services, which negotiates the lucrative contract with insurance companies?
I can't speak directly to that issue, Mr. Chairman. I can say, for example, if my former colleague Tom Conway, the head of the Bureau of Consumer Protection, were sitting here with me, we would both be looking very carefully at the procedures that the for-profit board followed in ensuring competition, in ensuring consumer protection, and ensuring value for money. I do not understand on the present record the basis for the choice of the insurers of each product that AARP makes.
I share your concerns. In your testimony, you stated that the royalty payments AARP receives might be more properly characterized as commissions. As you know, AARP's royalty payments are not subject to tax. However, if these payments were instead considered to be commissions, would they be subject to taxation?
Yes, sir, but that is a factual inquiry that needs to be made. And if I may say so, sir, the Congress, when it enacted 512B2, I think did practitioners and itself a disservice in not trying clearly to define royalty. As a result, both the courts and the IRS have struggled with trying to make sense out of that concept.
If the $657 million in royalty payments AARP received in 2009, largely from insurance companies, were then taxed as unrelated business income, what sort of tax liability would AARP be subject to?
I can't speak to that because I don't know what the state of the proper deductions would be. That it would be subject to unrelated business income tax is quite clear, but what the ultimate tax burden would be, one would have to know a great deal more about the organization's finances and expenditures.
Thank you. With that, I recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Lewis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the two of you for being here today and being so patient. Dr. Hill, the Republican report points out that there is an overlap of the board of ARP and the subsidiary. Have you seen this in large nonprofit organizations and other nonprofits?
I have, and so has the IRS. And so in my written testimony, I went to some effort to talk about board overlap. When there's an overlap of less than a majority, the IRS has never been interested in it and doesn't think this leads, for the purposes of determining whether the activities of one organization should be attributed to another. And that's important to tax lawyers, which is the role I'm testifying in today, because that can jeopardize the exempt status of the organization to which the activities are attributed. The question of a total overlap of boards, of course, raises questions for inquiry, and the IRS has looked at situations of overlap or potential 100% overlap and found in the facts and circumstances of the case that is available to us in the form of a private letter ruling that in that one case, it did not lead to attribution. And so the idea of the overlap of boards can, in fact, be the way that the whole core mission of an organization is built into all the other entities. But these inquiries are also always factual inquiries. If the question is it such a red flag that whenever we see any overlap, we must immediately investigate? The IRS has not taken that position, and I personally do not see that unless we find something very strange and very unexpected through our Schedule R information, that would be the best use of the IRS's scarce resources.
Professor Hill, I know you are very familiar with the great and distinguished law firm Kaplan and Drysdale.
I am.
Well, one of its lawyers published stated that there's not anything in this report that really add up to the loss of tax-exempt status. Do you agree with this?
Of the 6 pages of the report, pages 21 through 26, that touch in some way on tax issues, I saw nothing in that section of the report that would cause me to think that revocation of exemption is likely, probable, or warranted, not from what I saw in those 6 pages in the report.
Now, the ARP sponsor a NASCAR driver to promote a campaign to fight hunger. Does that sound like a reason that an organization should have its tax-exempt status revoked?
It doesn't to me. If I'd been their lawyer, I would have asked, and I'm sure their lawyer did through a thorough examination of why they're doing it and how it relates to their mission. But I have always thought that there is some latitude to organizations to promoting their mission and making people aware of a mission and trying to generate donations. I'm not a follower of NASCAR. I'm sure I'm not fully aware of the implications of supporting a NASCAR driver in any particular
You're not,
way.
you're not alone. You're not alone.
I'm perhaps not the best person to ask about the NASCAR driver, but I am certain would have some reason in their minutes and in their deliberations. Any organization would.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank
and
you,
for your
Mr. Lewis.
response. Yes. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana, Dr. Bustani, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start, Mr. Josephson, with you. You stated in your written testimony that I read that AARP's organizational structure is unprecedented in your years of experience, and you specifically mentioned how uncommon it is for a tax-exempt organization to have such a large number of affiliates, some for-profit and some non-profit. What sort of red flags would be raised by such a structure?
I have never seen anything in the nonprofit area as complex as AARP's structure. And as I said in my testimony, I would have to examine its justification for each of these separate organizations were I in charge of any investigation. And I would also have to examine the nature of the control that AARP exercises over the organizations that are its affiliates. I agree with my colleague that the existence of an interlocking situation is not necessarily a bad thing, but it is also necessarily something that needs to be looked at. The Internal Revenue Code is replete with references not only to direct control, but to indirect control, and indirect control may well be an issue that goes beyond the actual numerical composition of each governing body.
Thank you, sir, because I asked questions to the first panel about the royalty income and is it royalty versus unrelated business income that should be taxable. What kind of information, and clearly the report that we have issued leaves a lot of questions unanswered in this regard, but what type of information would you be interested in reviewing to understand how the royalty income is controlled and allocated, and whether—
I want to review each contract in detail with respect to any royalty payments.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hill, is that your opinion as well?
Well, every lawyer would be quiet and refuse to give an opinion without reading the document.
I realize.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
We read things and we're careful. And so we would read the documents, but we would also want to know if the documents were being implemented consistent with
So
their
we really
terms.
need the documents.
And so I just want to reiterate that the core issue for UBIT is whether or not this is a payment for the use of this intangible. As I understand it, well, take the university context. We have mascots, we have all that sort of stuff. And we put it on T-shirts and everything that we can possibly sell, and we receive royalties for selling it. And so the question then is, are we promoting those sales through services that are improper? And my written testimony addresses how the courts have said there can be services to protect our good name, our university's good names, when we put our mascot on a T-shirt so that nothing disgusting appears with our mascot.
Sure.
And so that is the state of the law. It's an administrable standard.
Let me
and
understand
we need
that.
facts.
Yeah, let me go to a slightly different line of questioning for you, Professor Hill. In your testimony, you indicate that a 501c4 should work for the common good and promote social welfare for a community. And you state that a 501c4 organization, and I quote, could not expect to satisfy the requirements for tax-exempt status if they deliberately excluded non-members or free riders. So if a 501c4 limited access to a program to only members, which is what we see with the Medigap plan that AARP has, because in order to enroll, you have to be a member. Could that lead to the loss of status, tax-exempt status?
Well, it's going to depend. Here, in the cases I cite about the community television antenna
Right,
or the
and
community
the
bus
bus.
service,
Right.
those were small communities and fairly small programs. We get to the tax court with the Eden Hall case. One corporation, the recreational facility for the female members, and there were apparently several thousand or at least 1,000 female employees of this one corporation. The IRS said too few. The tax court said enough. And therefore, Eden Hall kept its exempt status. And so the question of number and expanse enters into this. This is what I mean by facts and circumstances. What's made tax law so interesting to do and so challenging to do. But those are the precedents that are out there. And so it's a totality of facts and circumstances. So a very large organization with a very large program might be under the Eden Hall precedent thought to qualify, whereas if it were much, much smaller, like the television antenna, different outcome.
So what you're suggesting to me is we really need more information.
What I'm suggesting is the tax based on facts and circumstances.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Rangel, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Let me thank our witnesses. You really have impressive backgrounds. Professor Hill, Denver, Fulbright, Harvard, University of Texas, thank you for taking time to share your views with us. And of course, my fellow New Yorker, it's always good to see someone from New York testify, and you have been in charge of Charity Bureau with the Attorney General's office in New York, Peace Corps, Bard College is one of my favorite, and I'm glad to see you associated with that small but essential, and George Washington University. You went out of your way, Counselor, to explain that you had no particular knowledge of health care providing institutions. I assume that you didn't think that was necessary in order to testify about AARP.
I did not think it was necessary in order to express the opinions I was asked to express with respect to the report. Were, hypothetically, I in charge of any further investigation, this is a subject I would have to become an expert in, and I would become an expert in.
But you're not familiar with what AARP really does. You were given a hypothetical, and you gave your professional opinion.
I take the report as if it were a hypothetical.
Okay, and you know, it's the practice down here that the Republicans and the Democrats select different witnesses to support their case, and Professor, you are the Democratic selection. Did you know, Counselor, that you were the so-called Republican witness?
Well, I do know that I was contacted by the current majority staff, but I'm sure the current majority staff also knows that I am a Democrat, a member of no organized political party.
Political organ. Okay, so based on the fact that you had no knowledge of AARP, and you're retired now, right?
Well, you might say so. I seem to be busier than ever.
Well, good for you. That's encouragement for me. But
we're virtually the same age, Mr. Rangel.
Oh, well, anyway, that's good for me to know people can be as active and intellectual as you. So let me ask you this, that you referred to the majority party when you talked about the report?
I believe it is the majority party in this body.
Do you have a copy of the report anywhere near you?
I do.
Is there anything on that report that would allow you to believe that there's a party affiliation, Republican or Democrat or majority or minority?
Yes, there is, sir.
What is that?
It identifies Representatives Herger and Representatives Riker as Republicans.
But that doesn't mean that the report is Republican, does it?
That is correct.
So you don't know whether, do you see any congressional seal on that, or?
I did not.
Did you see anything that this report was prepared by the Ways and Means Committee?
I did not, nor do I see a committee document number.
So everything that you've testified to is based on a hypothetical,
That's correct.
and two members of Congress who happen to be Republican gave it to you.
Well, actually, the staff gave it to me.
And you would assume that they did it on behalf of the two Republican members.
I do assume that.
So if indeed the information by some strange chance was not accurate and you based your testimony on that hypothetical, you would have to revisit everything that you testified to.
I would revisit each issue with respect to which the information might turn out to be inaccurate.
I'm sorry.
I would revisit each issue with respect to which the information turned out to be inaccurate.
But as you testified today, the only evidence that it is accurate is your confidence in the staff of these two members. In other words, there's nothing to indicate that it's official, that it's congressional, that if indeed you found that the hypothetical had problems, then your testimony based on the hypothetical would have to be different.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
The gentleman yields back his time. I might mention there are 243 footnotes which are documented, which anyone can look and verify, or at least see where the information has come from. With that, I recognize for 5 minutes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Reichert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I really appreciate the way you answer your questions, Mr. Josephson.
I've been around for a long time.
Well, as you probably heard while you were sitting here earlier today, I spent 33 years in law enforcement, so I'm one of those that have been on the witness stand before and raised my right hand and given straight answers to the questions that I've been asked, and also, of course, have had the opportunity to interview and in some cases interrogate suspects who sometimes are not quite so forthcoming in their answers. But I appreciate your straightforwardness and your answers to the question. I think it makes the process much easier and much more credible when we have witnesses that are cooperative and ready to supply those answers to us.
Thank you, sir.
So I think you and I do have maybe a little bit of something in common. We're both I'm guessing, investigators at heart. And so I would just ask this question first. So you stated stated that AARP's organizational structure merits further investigation, and then an extensive document production from AARP maybe could be provided to us. I'm interested in what types of documents should this committee request from AARP so that we can better understand the relationship between AARP's numerous for-profit and tax-exempt affiliates.
That's a long list. I would start with the composition of the governing bodies of each of the affiliates. I would want to know to what extent they also operated through subcommittees, just as I would want to know whether AARP itself operates through subcommittees. I would want to see, let's say, 5 years' worth of minutes of each of the governing bodies and its subcommittees. I would be very interested in flows of cash among the affiliates. I would be very interested in the internal controls that AARP applies, and it's an auditor's opinion as to the adequacy of those internal controls. I would be very interested in looking at not AARP's consolidated 990, but in the audit process, each auditor, of course, audits separately the books of each affiliate and then combines them for purposes of consolidated reporting. I would be very interested in looking at the elements of each consolidated financial statement, consolidated 990. That's a brief summary.
And hopefully, if I made a request today, could you give me the rest of the list that we might be interested in?
I could try.
I would appreciate that very much. Thank you. And so have you had time at all to look through the report that you have before you. I'm sure you've had some time to look at it.
Not much.
Not much?
No, the committee called on Monday. I read it Tuesday. I prepared my statement Tuesday night and Wednesday.
So from what you've heard today and maybe the report that you've had some time to look at, even though briefly, would you say, would you agree that there's some interest there that should be followed up?
I do agree with that.
There's something that we should at least have some answers to, some questions that should be answered.
I do agree with that.
Thank you, sir. I'm particularly interested in another aspect of AARP and their insurance plan, the massive grantor trust that processed more than $6.8 billion in insurance premiums in 2009 before kicking some of that money up to the tax-exempt AARP, Inc. Is this an area where we should seek more information?
It's interesting that you asked that question. That was exactly the first question I asked the staff member who contacted me, and she was unable to provide me with any more information about that grantor trust. I'm fascinated to know more about that grantor trust, why it was created, how it actually functions.
What do you think that might tell us?
I don't know, but I am curious.
And why are you so curious, just from your...
It's an unusual element. I have never seen in the context of profit or nonprofit affiliates a grantor trust playing such a key role.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would just posit for a moment that AARP does a whole range of activities that aren't a part of their foundation. I mean, this is the revenue stream that deals with people that I'm working with on the Healthy Communities programs, with health policy, that this is part and parcel of what they do that is part of the revenue structure, which Mr. Josephson seemed to feel was so complex. If I understood Professor Hill correctly, you mentioned Harvard University has over 100 affiliated entities. I wonder if either of you are familiar with the AAA program.
I am not.
No, not specific.
Well, I mean, here we have a program that operates in about a dozen countries. It has an affiliate in, I think, every single state, and some large states are divided. There's a AAA of Northern California and Southern California. They are involved with roadside service. They're involved, they have programs that are involved with accommodations. They have a travel service. They sell insurance for cars, boats. And I think it's a fair assertion that to have all of those entities involved in all those lines of business, that it would not look substantially different than what is being waved around here for AAA. Ms. Hill, would you agree?
Yes, I would agree as a hypothetical matter. I would just like to reiterate how important it is for all of us, and possibly the committee might choose to do this, to look at the Schedule Rs going forward. These are the information returns filed, signed by the organization under penalty of perjury. This new Schedule R really is important in understanding complex structures. It would help provide baselines to see what is unusual and what is not unusual better than any of us could with our own observations drawn from practice or scholarship. But I have to say that just even in teaching my exempt organizations class, I have drawn on the board structures that are more complex than what we saw in the report, because young lawyers have to know about those structures. But the Schedule R is so helpful to an inquiry like this. And so I think use it.
Thank you, Professor Hill. And I don't want to prolong this, but I I think it would be useful for people who are raising some, what I think are rather bizarre notions and having a conspiracy theory and so forth, just look at some other complex organizations. I do a lot of work with AAA. They have advocacy programs for public safety. They are part of a group that we're working with to try and deal with how we actually finance infrastructure in this country. They have played an integral role in public policy in my state and nationally. They lobby, they get involved with politics, but as I mentioned, they're also involved with banking and loans. They offer insurance on autos, boats, homes, life, health, long-term care, RV, trip cancellation, and trip delay. With all due respect to wherever the majority is going with this, I do think, as I mentioned earlier, that there are some legitimate areas where there are people that have crossed the line and need to be looked at. There are real questions about what happens in some universities where you talk about skewing priorities, where the top 10 salaries are one football coach, thank you very much, and how much tax-exempt and business activities intermix. These are all legitimate areas for inquiry. But to single out AARP for legitimate policy differences, and on balance, I think the evidence suggests that they were better attuned and that it wasn't anything wrong with being concerned about health care for children or for people with pre-existing conditions and advocating their position. I think that is unfortunate. I'd suggest take a look at AAA and compare that to see if this is somehow bizarre, unwarranted, or worthy of investigation.
The gentleman's
Thank you.
time has expired. The gentlelady from Kansas, Ms. Jenkins, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, too, for joining us today. Mr. Josephson, you referenced IRS enforcement and audit capabilities in the tax-exempt arena in your testimony. You also note that there is a lack of guidance in several areas related to tax-exempt organizations, especially involving 501c4 organizations. I have a series of questions for you. Do you think the lack of IRS oversight in this area is related to the lack of guidance? What type of changes at the IRS would improve this situation? And finally, what additional guidance do they need to issue help to ensure that tax-exempt organizations properly serve their missions?
As my statement says, the IRS, in its work plan for the next year that it released in December, announced that it has decided to take a careful look at the whole question of 501c4 organizations. This, in my some 50 years experience in the law, is the first time the IRS has ever announced that this area of exemption would be the subject of administrative scrutiny. I can't say, frankly, that I am too hopeful of an immediate product. As I was saying at the end of my original 5 minutes, the Pension Protection Act asks the IRS to produce in a year a report on supporting organizations, which it hasn't produced. The Pension Protection Act asked it to produce a report on donor-advised funds. I haven't seen hide nor hair of that report. And I'm sympathetic to the IRS because, as I say in my statement, it really, in the exempt organization area, has been starved of resources because the 4940 excise tax was originally conceived of as supporting oversight in that area, never was actually appropriated for that purpose. So I have to be skeptical.
Okay, well, I can appreciate that. You also stated that the compensation and benefits paid by AARP and its affiliates are worthy of further legislative and regulatory attention. Do you think it's appropriate for AARP's CEO to have received $1.6 million in compensation in a single year? And additionally, is it appropriate for AARP's volunteer board to be holding multi-day conferences at a resort described as a beacon of grandeur and refinement among vacation destinations in Southern California and the world, a definitive example of what a luxury resort should be, and is also named as one of the top 10 resorts in the world by USA Today.
During the 1972 political campaign, I was Sergeant Shriver's campaign manager. We stayed at the Coronado one night in the course of the campaign. I can attest to the quality of the resources in the Coronado. I've never thought of spending the kind of money that would be required to return.
Thank you. I would yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman, Mr. Kind, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses for being here and for your testimony today. Professor Hill, let me first start with you. More and more organizations, it seems, are registering as C4s. We were just talking about that a moment ago. And they're doing primarily, if not exclusively, political activities now. Do you think this is an area that's ripe for more IRS and congressional inquiry in regards to the C4 status and what's going on there?
Yes, and I want to be clear about why. I do not at all question the First Amendment right to express themselves by making independent expenditures from organizational general treasuries. This is what the Supreme Court decided. This is now a First Amendment right. The question is that a tax-exempt activity? My problem is not with the advocacy. I think it is important to keep nonprofit tax-exempt organizations in the advocacy mix and not to get it so expensive to be an advocate that nonprofits of ordinary size cannot even afford to play in that arena. I do think it's important. My technical problem, if I could just talk about the technical tax of this, is the following. You can do a lot of independent expenditures, fine. But what is the C4 activity that's the primary activity? Now, my taste runs to taking vacant lots and turning them into playgrounds. I would love to see political operatives of both political parties devote themselves to that. But let's not fantasize. Because of the way the IRS has in fact interpreted the law, then lobbying can be the sole exempt function of these kind of organizations that are springing up like mushrooms in both parties. And I have always had trouble with the IRS treating lobbying as an exempt activity, because I think the original point was you would be converting vacant lots to playgrounds and you had to lobby the zoning board or the city council to get it done. The lobbying was related to that kind of purpose. But now it is clear that you can use your lobbying as your exempt purpose. That is a powerful, powerful money-raising machine that has all sorts of implications for advocacy and public policy, for the dollar amounts involved, for the expectation of supportive, independent expenditures. And I think that we need to look at not what the Supreme Court has decided, because they've decided that. We have to look at whether lobbying is an exempt purpose or only a permissible purpose in furtherance of and related to some other 501c3 exempt activity. And that, I think, is really important for the use of 501c4 structure.
Thank you for that comment. Mr. Chairman, I might propose that this could be ripe for a future congressional hearing for us to get into in a little more detailed fashion, and I think this is an area that does deserve some greater scrutiny. Mr. Josephson, let me turn to you.
May I comment on your first question,
Yeah, if you can. I am limited in time, though, but if you want to.
I understand. I'll be very brief. I also teach exempt organizations at NYU, and I asked my class the other night, in light of the Citizens Union case, how long they think it would take before a 501c3 brings an action similar to Citizens Union to exercise its right to intervene in a political campaign, and whether or not the trade-off between the exemption and the First Amendment right, which would trump which?
Interesting inquiry. I don't think it's going to take long at all. But Mr. Joseph, let me I was a little surprised when I heard you testify that you only had a couple of days, really, to look at the prepared investigative report that was submitted to you for testimony this week. But in your testimony, you stated that you thought it was unprecedented in your experience for a tax-exempt organization to have 8 affiliates. Is that right?
It's unprecedented in my experience, that's correct.
Have you heard of any type of 8 affiliate limit for tax-exempt organizations, though?
No, I have not.
Would it surprise you if I told you that the British Broadcasting Network, the largest social welfare organization here in the United States, lists nearly 100 related entities on its Form 990 Schedule R?
I'd be flabbergasted.
Yeah, I was just looking at that myself. I was a bit flabbergasted as well. Or the fact that Harvard University entity has over 145 related entities listed on its Form 990. And there are other organizations, too, that are larger than AARP that have a lot more affiliated entities that they're listing on their Schedule R, as Professor Hill just indicated. That, I think, is going to deserve more attention as we move forward.
I agree.
Which brings me back to the original point. Why AARP? Why today? Why under these circumstances? And there could be a whole host of organizations sitting up there right along with them, subject to the same inquiry and the same line of questioning. And again, on the surface, it does smack of political retribution. I mean, the same questions could have been asked to AARP after the prescription drug bill was passed in '04 when you guys were in charge, but you didn't haul them in front of us then because they were supportive.
The gentleman's 5 minutes has expired. The gentlelady from Tennessee, Ms. Black, will inquire for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I begin my remarks and the question for the witnesses, I want to once again say thank you to this committee doing what it is to be doing, and that is oversight. And regardless of where we started, this committee is doing what its role and responsibility are, and that is oversight, and I hope we'll have more of this. And I encourage those that are trying to characterize this as a witch hunt will bring about those concerns that they have that they're mentioning right here today. But let me go to my question. As a condition of a tax-exempt status of 501c4 entities are expected to operate for the benefit of the community, and though evidence suggests that AARP may have strayed a bit from that mission, the size and the extent of AARP's insurance-related business activities compared to their social welfare programs and their executive compensation suggests that maybe AARP may be operating primarily for the benefit, not be operating primarily for the benefit of the community. Indeed, AARP's royalty revenues, primarily from insurance companies, nearly tripled from 2002 with $218 million to 2009 at $656 million. They also report to have $2.2 billion worth of assets and $1.4 billion worth of revenues for 2009. Yet at the same time, AARP's cash and in-kind contributions to their foundation only increased by 11%, $3.1 million, and their cash contributions or to the legal counsel for the elderly actually decreased by 9%. And in the last session, I noted that as Mr. Rand spoke about when questioned where their dollars are going for their advocacy, he started out by making a statement about percentage of their revenue spent on their advocacy, and he very quickly changed that to say the percentage of their expenditures. And so as I look at the amount of revenue and how rapidly it has grown by the various ways that they have allowed their label to be used and been able to receive the royalty on that, it doesn't appear that what they're getting in their royalty also matches what they're doing in their advocacy. Would that be something that the IRS would be looking at? And it's either one of you, Ms. Hill or Mr. Josephson, whichever you would like to answer that.
I'll start. Here's the way I look at the chart and the discussion this morning. The measure of whether the C4 entity, and remember, I know nothing about this particular case, and I didn't come here claiming to know about this particular case. But a C4 that has an affiliated 501c3 public charity is not obligated to contribute a dime to that affiliated public charity. That affiliated public charity could raise all its money from outside. So anything they contribute to the C3 is voluntary and is not a measure of their own exempt activities. One has to look at whether they are pursuing their own 501c4 purposes and exempt activity as a measure, and then one can discuss whether that has become larger commensurately. But there's no requirement, in fact, that the C4's income from something like a royalty actually match then a commensurate increase in its C4 activities, because 501c organizations, tax-exempt organizations, heretofore have had broad latitude in defining programs, saving money for later times, or making these decisions. Now, Congress is free to legislate otherwise, but they have not done so. Or states would be free to do that, but states have not done so. So I think that the looking at how many contributions, the scope of the contribution to the C3 is not the measure, and one has to look at the C4, but there's no benchmark and no requirement under current law.
I agree with Professor Hill, but I would make a further comment, if I may, and that is, listening to the testimony this morning, AARP certainly made a point about the Section 501 activity, C3 activities of its C3 organizations. Yet, assuming the chart in the investigative report is correct, and while it's not required to fund its C4 monies with those organizations, it certainly appears not to have done so commensurate with the increase in its revenues. And if I may also say so, its return on equity, if the report is correct, is astonishing.
I'm curious, and I know my time is out, but I'm curious, Mr. Chairman, even looking at the legality of this, but it's the morality of it, too, in which the organization is selling itself one way to those that are seniors that are getting the services, and actually how they're using their money. Thank you.
Again, I want to thank our witnesses for your testimony today. As a reminder, any member wishing to submit a question for the record will have 14 days to do so. To all of today's witnesses, if any questions are submitted, I ask that you respond in a timely manner. With that, the subcommittees are adjourned.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Glad you're doing well.